Well, hello there, everybody. How are we doing? A short notice show today. No, Uncle Jim, you're not blocked. You're not blocked. I've only blocked one person, and that was uh, that cat from a couple weeks ago, the McCoy troll. Yes, he is definitely blocked for sure. So, anyways, which reminds me, I probably should have set my settings on this video to uh, disallow people who are not subscribers because I've gotten some trolls over time. Some of you may remember that I've had some trolls. I probably need to do that setting right now. Actually, if I have a moment here to do that, I will definitely change that setting on this show. Let me work on that. How's everybody doing? Hello, Brad Legg. What's up, man? My buddies, my friends, my amigos, my pals, my Cooper people. All right, let's see. What can I? How do I do this? How do I say who can comment? There we go. There we go. Okay, done. All right, let's get back to business. Okay, I'm very excited to see your response that the AI gods say that McCoy has a 73% chance of being Cooper. Well, I made a video, DeBoss. Did you not see that? I already did a reaction to that 73%. Hey, Groovy Goose says, hey, you gave a very detailed explanation in a comment recently. As someone who is new to this sphere, thanks. Your channel is worth it. What are you talking about, Groovy? Will I ever shave my head? Am I going that bald? I should put a baseball cap on. I'm going to Turkey, people. There will be a time. Yeah, there'll be a time you'll see me wearing a do-rag on one of these one time because I'm gonna go to Turkey and get some hair plugs. That's what I'm gonna do. Maybe that's what McCoy was maybe Cooper was upset about losing his hair. I don't know. Would McCoy be 100 years old right about now? No. McCoy was born in McCoy was born in 42. December 7th, 1942. How about that for some recall, people? December 7th, 1942. Yes, that's McCoy's birth date. So McCoy would be, what is that? 84 if he was alive. 83 if he was alive right now. McCoy's about Mac's age. Maybe McCoy's a year older than Mac. I think Mac was born in 43 or 44. Cooper, I suspect, was born 1920, early 20s. That'd be my guess. Early 20s. Cooper was very much in the World War II generation for sure. Hey, Vinyl. Hello there, Winston. What are your thoughts on that Donnie Rezick thread? Interesting story for sure. I made a comment on that. People who are not familiar. Somebody posted about a new suspect or something on Reddit. Some guy who, had some weird things. A guy ended up being killed or whatever, and he had $200,000 in a bag and all this other stuff. But the guy was like, I posted his yearbook photo from 1961 when he's a junior. So as I said in the comment, I highly doubt that DB Cooper was a junior in high school just 10 years before the hijacking. That'd be my guess. Hello, Chris. You need to move to Oregon with Chris and I. Take the Oregon Trail. I'm about as bald as you, Ryan. I'm not bald. Am I that bald? Good Lord, I'm not bald. Do you think the Paul Senior skyjacking inspired Cooper? Of course. I mean, I know we don't like to think that, some people, but come on. Come on. I mean, what, 11 days before? I mean, even the guys, isn't it great in the 12 minutes of audio that we have? We've got that one guy saying, this kind of reminds me of that thing in Canada a few weeks ago. I loved that. I loved hearing that. That was pretty cool. That this web zone smells like McCoy, smells like Teen Spirit. New to the Vortex, but I've been binging your long form videos. Incredible stuff. Thank you for the work. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that because it's not easy doing these. I know it's funny. I am turning into, I have a turkey neck now. Didn't have it years ago. It is funny. Thank you, the Gonzo book, for the $2 tip for my hair plug trip to Turkey. But I forgot what I was saying. You folks distract me. It's okay though. Do you think Dan Greider is behind those AI videos? No, of course not. No. What AI? I mean, like all that is listen. I mean, AI is not intelligent. It is, but not. It's a compiling, right? It just compiles data. And so when everything on the internet is talking about McCoy, well, then the AI is going to think McCoy is the big shit, right? No, we're not funding hair plugs for Ryan. I was being funny. Do you think Coop knew about anyone? Do you think Coop knew anyone from First National Bank? I mean, maybe, but I don't think that. I just don't think. Gosh, I just don't think Cooper planned this enough to because people have wondered, did Cooper know that there was a $200,000 or there was this ransom pack in the bank at Seafirst? No, I don't think so. We like to give Cooper credit for things, but Cooper's kind of a dummy sometimes, right? I kind of think I liken it to Mac. Okay. In my book, I write about how, if you didn't know, if there was the Robert Wilson mystery instead of the Dan Cooper or DB Cooper mystery, if Mac had got away with it, right? We would not be talking about DB Cooper other than him being the first one who actually kind of pulled it off. But the Robert Wilson hijacking would be infinitely more interesting to us. And I tell you what, we would not be looking for an unemployed felon gas station attendant, Martin McNally from Wyandotte, Michigan. That is not who we would be looking for if we were the Robert Wilson group. No offense to Mac, but Mac back then was not a special forces badass, right? And so Cooper, we kind of give him this aura that maybe he doesn't deserve. But I tell you what, though, Robert Wilson, you would never think that guy was just some guy like Mac, so. How suspicious were the passengers during the hijacking? I would definitely notice if a stewardess sat down next to a passenger. Good question. The problem with that is you have a lot of post-mortem, I would say, guys who are second guessing themselves. That's why you really go with the 302s. I know that in history, you kind of have to go with the first impression. And we luckily have these statements from these people moments after they're off the plane. I think that we do have a couple of the passengers in the back. I wonder if I have that graphic. It's a really crummy graphic, but it does illustrate where everyone was kind of sitting. This is like a template. So don't judge the quality of this, people. But this is a template that I just used. It is nigh impossible to get AI to actually put people in certain places. Okay. But I did have to make this to kind of tell AI where to put people. Okay. And so don't judge it too badly, but this is where everyone's sitting in the back of the plane. Okay. So that's kind of what it looks like. All right. Again, that's just a template. That's for me. I think this one might be better, maybe. I'm not sure. I got several iterations of these. I'm not sure which one's, maybe this one's better. I'm not sure. I got several iterations of these to show you people. Not sure which one I need to use, but yeah, the passengers were not we've got a few of them who thought it was kind of weird that he was sitting with a stewardess, but they assumed, as you would, your first instinct is not to think that a guy who's in a business suit, who's talking to, somebody, your first instinct is not to think that is a hijacker, right? That's not what you would think. Okay, I've got the better one. Okay, so here's we'll use this one here. We'll upload this one. I'm still showing you guys. I got that on the screen, don't I? I need to take that off, shouldn't I? Sorry. A little too long on there. But let me go back to it. Or let me go back to the better one I've got. I think it's a little better. But your first instinct is not to think it's a hijacking, right? It's probably like a secret shopper. I think that's what one of the passengers thought it was, a guy from corporate, But yeah, right here, we've got my little template here. We've got at the back of there, as you can see, right? You got Bill Mitchell back there at the back. Then in the row in front of them, you've got Spreckle in the aisle seat in 17, and then you've got Michael Cooper over there on the window seat of 17. Okay, thank you, Cotty. Then you got up front here in row 15 at the front, you got Robert Gregory, and then row 15 across from Gregory, she's not there, but Nancy House was sitting probably in that middle seat right there. Now there's a passenger who we don't know who it was. You can see him on the left there. I don't know who this guy is, but I know that somebody was sitting in that row, probably, because Tina says that she moves 4 people up to row 15 or beyond row 15, right? She had not moved Gregory up, and we know that because Gregory says he was not moved up, and so he was like, "Well, at some point, I was the closest to the hijacker." Gregory says, right? Because technically he was, I guess, after everybody moved up. But yeah, everybody, and Tina says she moves 4 people up, and we know that she moved up Michael Cooper, Bill Mitchell, and Spreckle, but I don't know who the other one was. I kind of figured it out. Maybe I'll show this graphic here. Not that one. My bad. I pushed the wrong button. I've got brothers, people. Did any of you people grow up with brothers playing video games and like one of their brothers is like, "I pushed the wrong button"? I had a brother who was always like, whenever he would suck at a video game and I would whip his ass in a game, he would always say, "I pushed the wrong button." I'm like, okay, now maybe you just stink. Maybe you don't know your combos very well with Chun-Li and Raiden in Street Fighter. Maybe you should try a little harder on that. Let's see. I did a video a while back where I tried to figure out where all the passengers were sitting, and I did a decent job of it. And what was fascinating about that is Bill Mitchell was actually in the comments, which was really cool. But this is kind of where I've got the passengers sitting. Okay. So as you can see there, we've got a lot of the passengers. I don't know where they were, but the ones who are where they are, that is where, we have evidence that they were sitting in these places. Okay. So, we have their testimony. So if you look there in the middle, if you look in the middle there, if you can see that in the tourist cabin, we have the top 3 guys, the top 4 in a row where it's under tourist cabin. That's the GCA guys. There was 4 of those guys with the Government Service Administration. Now they weren't sitting in the back. We know that because there were 3 of them, right? And then you've got the Cummings family. If you look, that's the cowboy and his wife, and then Lynn, his son. They were sitting together, and Tina talks about him coming, from sort of the front of the cabin, of the tourist cabin. So it wasn't him. So whoever was in the mystery seat in row 16 is going to be Patrick Minch, who's still alive. I should probably call him, ask, or Adrian Menendez is probably one of those 2 guys. Is probably who it was. Would be my guess. But anyway. That's pedantic, but you guys like that, I guess, right? Is Dale Gribble a legit DB Cooper suspect? Dale could be. Didn't Bill stay in his back seat? No, he did for a little while. He said, "I'm not going to move up," and Cooper kind of insisted. Tina, according to Tusaw, Tina says Cooper goes, "Get that kid out of here," So, okay. Perhaps you could have Bill Mitchell on as a guest sometime. I will. Bill is actually in Prague, or he's in over there. Bill's on a river tour out there. Hello, Seth. So that's where Bill is right now. Okay. What are we doing? I find it hard to believe the mystery bag was inside the briefcase while boarding unless it contained very few items. You wouldn't be able to fit a bag in the briefcase with much in it. Yeah. as I've said, I feel like the uh, bomb might have been in the bag. Okay. Um, Along with maybe goggles or gloves or something like that. I mean, I don't think there was maybe not too much in the bag, but all I know is that no one saw Cooper with the bag walking around. Okay. Dennis Lisney doesn't mention a bag. Hal Williams should have mentioned a bag because he was being pretty aware of Cooper. Just says he had a briefcase. Florence Schaffner saw Cooper with the briefcase, but not the bag. Okay. So nobody mentioned his bag except Tina, Nancy, and Bill. And as I've explained, they had reasons. So, I mean, the bag had to be in the briefcase. You would think. And I think I think it contained the bomb. Because, I mean, think about if, I don't know, his briefcase dropped out of his hand and opened and you got dynamite rolling across the lobby of the airport. It makes sense to have it in a bag inside your briefcase. So I think the bomb was originally in the bag along with some other things. Would be my guess. Coop's mystery bag, plausible contents, a walkie-talkie, if he had somebody to talk to. Although I guess you can, a walkie-talkie, you could listen in, right? You could listen into maybe, well, no, a walkie-talkie wouldn't let you listen in on radios, would it? You would need a radio. No assigned seating back then. When did that become a thong? When did that become a thong? Thong, 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 thong. When did that become a thing? When did that become a thong? I don't know when assigned seating became a thing. Okay. Why did Cooper not board earlier if it was so important for him to get a back seat? That's one of those questions that I've been asked many times, and I have no answer for that. Really, I mean, maybe Cooper thought they were going to board from the front. I mean, there was a jetway there, but I don't know. Maybe it took him by surprise. I mean, maybe when Cooper got at the back of the queue, he thought they were going to be boarding through a jetway or something. But remember they actually boarded. They went down some stairs out onto the actual tarmac and boarded up the rear stairs, which wasn't common. Was that actually Roy Rose in your opening still there? Well, it's my AI based on Roy Rose. I mean, I've got pictures of Roy Rose. And so, yeah, that's Roy Rose. That comes from him drawing the sketch. I've got that animation somewhere. I'll have to pull that up. Wow, look at there. A super chat of $20. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can definitely get two or three plugs put in here for that. Does the delay caused by the Keystone Cop refueling shed any light on Cooper's decision to jump when he did? If the plane had been refueled quickly, maybe have been light out. No, it was dark when they landed. That was something I did not experience until I'd never been to the Pacific Northwest until going to CooperCon in 2022, my first time up there. And man, and we're doing it in November, of course, so it's the same time of year, and it gets dark at like 4:30, like pitch black, pitch dark. It seems like at 4. Like, so when they landed at 5:30, yeah, it was dark. So no, I don't think that's a good question though. But Cooper's drop zone is so strange because he does seem to want. I don't know. People think he's lowering the stairs immediately because he wants to jump out immediately. I don't think so. I feel like that was his anxiety. I think he was just anxious to know, are these stairs going to drop? Like, because his life depended on this. Cooper would not have known this because there was never a time when people were lowering the stairs on 727s in flight. I believe Chris Brower may have found an incident where one lowered in flight on accident. I think that was Brower. Somebody found something like that. But thank you, No Friender. I really appreciate that. That's very kind of you. But yes, that was Roy Rose. I do have it comes from this animation I have of him drawing the Bing sketch. think that's pretty sweet. And I mean, these take a lot of effort, folks, to actually, I know it's AI doing the busy work, but to make Roy Rose look like that and get the sketch and everything right, it was good work there, I think. All right. Was Jason Langseth ever investigated by the Canadian authorities? Not that I'm aware of. Also, did he have a $200,000 account he was drawing interest on? Was he pressed at did he lie about the money's whereabouts? I believe, I want to say he denied having a Canadian account to the FBI. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But all we know is Langseth lied twice to the FBI about where he was. Because his own brother, one time he said he was with his brother, and his brother's like, I wasn't with him in November of 71. Sorry. Way to go, bro. I think I'd probably whip my brother's ass if he did that to me. But anyways, then the second time was when he said he was working in Colorado Springs that day, and he famously gave over his work logs. He was a salesman, industrial chemical salesman. Go figure. The tie obviously is covered in industrial chemicals, but he gave them his logbook of the businesses he had gone to that day. Turns out they were fictional businesses. He had just made it up. So now the FBI did put a caveat in there. They said, well, maybe he was trying to lie to his boss, not us. But still, he still lied to the FBI. Do I think Cooper was Canadian? Good chance. Real good chance, Christopher. Real good chance. Just, again, asking for U.S. currency or American dollars or whatever he asked for. All we know is we're not sure what he said. He said U.S. or American. Not quite sure because of the game of telephone there. But he definitely made a qualifier of some sort to say, to make a distinction between American and U.S. money, which is just like, I would love to know in the history of bank robberies in this country. Like, I mean, I wish I was like the Q in Star Trek or something. I could just like know things like God or something. Like, I would love to know how many bank robberies in America consisted of somebody saying, put your U.S. currency in this bag. Stick them up. Put your American currency in this. Like, who says that? Well, Canadians do, especially ones who live on the border in British Columbia and probably out near Toronto or somewhere too. Probably, maybe people who come back and forth a lot. But definitely in Vancouver. Flyjack lives somewhere around Vancouver. And he has said that, yeah, that's something they have to deal with is American dollars and Canadian dollars, because they're both called dollars. So that could have been a clue that he was Canadian, or it could have been a clue that he, I don't know, had been out of the country for a long time or something. I don't know, but it's a strange thing to say. And also, as I've said, Canadian be pretty simple. You jump out, you just get a car or wherever it is, and you just drive north. And I mean, honestly, Cooper would have been damn near to Canada by the time the plane lands in Reno. I mean, if he had an accomplice or something, or got close to, if he got to his car pretty quickly, I think it would have taken him several hours to get to his car, but still, very quick getaway to cross over the border. Very kind of a smart thing to do, honestly, knowing how bureaucracies work and that law enforcement agencies don't always work together very well. And we do know from the files that the Mounties and the FBI didn't have a great relationship. So definitely possible that you would take advantage of that if you're Cooper. Good night, everyone. Okay. Okay. Bye, Gonzo. You've asked this a couple times, Cube. I'm sorry for keep missing it. What's the latest on old thirsty Joe Henry Johnson and his incredibly bizarre, fishy, vortexy, and mind-blowing case? Coming soon to a Cooper podcast near you is coming soon is certainly more Joseph Henry Johnston stuff. We do have a suspect who has some cool connections there, I would say. So that's definitely coming up. And for those who did not notice the Easter egg, I do wonder. A few people messaged me and they're like, they liked the Easter egg about, if I can find it. Where is that clip? There we go. Yes. So I've had several videos where I've shown an accomplice hanging out at a hotel room. And every time it's Joseph Henry Johnston. Yay. There's the man himself. It's JoJo. And for those who don't know what Joseph Henry Johnston looks like, I'll upload a photo of a Joe, they called him. That's what they called him. There he is. Smiling Joe, the drunkard pilot. There he is. All right. Joseph Henry Johnston. To Carolyn. Who was Carolyn? He was put some moves on Carolyn, it looks like. Oh, my bad. Did it say your dad? Whoops. Okay. I was saying he's putting moves on Carolyn, but I guess that's his daughter. Keep the animation of the AI with the big matches. That's funny. All right. Oh, but Joseph, yes, I will say this about Joseph Henry Johnston. I did have, and let me give him an attribution. Let me give him his proper due here. Who was that? Sorry, I am misremembering your name there. Who was that? Oh yeah, Eli. A guy named Eli messaged me on my email, and he told me he was doing some independent Joseph Henry Johnston investigation. Joseph Henry Johnston's brother-in-law's name was Dan Cooper. Well, it was like, that was his, I don't know what he went by, but it was like Joseph Daniel Cooper was his name. So another weird thing there that could make you think that maybe it was he was in cahoots with the real Cooper. Yeah, his brother-in-law named, like, I think it was Joe, or maybe it was, what was it? What was that guy? No, Dan Cooper Lewis. Okay, so that's right. His name was Dan Cooper Lewis. That was his first name and middle name. But something, I mean, it's something to go off of. Yeah, there's a million weird things with that guy. Okay. That's too many coincidences. That's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, it's certainly a lot. And that's why, like I said, that's why, even though Joe Johnston was in jail at the time, the FBI files, and I say it's wrong in my video, and I feel it sucks that it stinks that I can't go back and like edit videos, because I would edit that video because I do say in the video that Joseph Henry Johnston was arrested at 2:20 p.m. on the day of the hijacking. And that's actually in the files themselves. If you look in the case files, it says 2:20 in the afternoon, but that's a mistake, because Joseph Henry Johnston was in the newspaper that day. So the paper comes out, the Longview Daily News comes out that day at like noon or whatever, right? So it's talking about he was arrested for DUI at 2:20 a.m. earlier that day in the morning. So it'd been a lot cooler if Joseph Henry Johnston was arrested that afternoon, because you would say, okay, well, he's the guy who dropped Cooper off at the airport, and he and Cooper were putting one on maybe at the airport at the Sky Chef restaurant. And then he's drunk and gets arrested, loitering in the drop zone. But still, that opens up a different possibility though, right? That opens up the possibility that Joseph Johnston, well, two things. Either Joe Johnston was supposed to be Cooper. It was his idea. And his accomplice was like, oh, crap. Oh, he got arrested for DUI. Who knows? Maybe Cooper was with him at 2:20 that morning. They don't arrest a passenger if the driver gets a DUI. Maybe Cooper was with him. And Cooper's like, oh, crap. Joe's in the jail. He might rat on us. He's drunk. He might, So maybe he did it himself. And maybe that's why Cooper seems half-baked, because he was never supposed to be DB Cooper. He was the accomplice, right? So there's that possibility. And then there's the possibility that maybe it was supposed to be a two-man job. It's happened before. There were two sets of copycats who were dual copycats. There were two, I think they were Hungarians, or they were Eastern Europeans of some sort. And they were both killed by the FBI in San Francisco. That was the hijacking where, what's the guy from Bonanza? The Asian, Hop Sing. The actor who plays Hop Sing from Bonanza was actually shot. He survived, but he was shot during this hijacking. The FBI stormed the plane and got in a gun battle and killed these two copycats. And then there were the two copycats who landed in Houston, who wanted money and parachutes. So it's possible. So maybe there were supposed to be two guys on the plane. But Joseph Henry Johnson's weird. Something's up with something's weird with that. I don't know what it is, but it's very strange. Heard through the grapevine there could be hair slide news coming. Not for me. Not for me. I mean, I would hope I would know. Okay. Gosh, all these questions. If you could ask Cooper one yes or no question, what would it be? What would I want to ask Cooper? Well, what is your name? But I would say, what is your name? What is your favorite color? What's his favorite color? I would waste my question on that. What's your favorite color, Dan? Well, what would I ask Dan Cooper? What would you guys ask Dan Cooper? I don't know. People ask me about Tina too. Like, well, what would you have asked Tina or whatever? I don't know. Stay tuned. Why did you do it? Well, I mean, why do people rob banks? DeBoss, are you McCoy? That's funny. Did you see Portland from the stairs? Now that's a good question. Could Cooper have had an accomplice that brought the bag on the plane for him? No. I don't think so. Cooper felt like he was doing this thing alone. People have asked this question a lot. And by the way, if I don't answer your question, just write it again, because this scroll is going by pretty quick. If some 94-year-old grandpa public could confess tomorrow and shut off the missing money, what do you think happens? Do they arrest the little old man? That's a question we ask a lot, and I'm just not sure. And I should know, because I am a defender in federal court. I'm a former prosecutor. I was just with the FBI guys last week on a case. I don't know. I mean, there is no statute of limitations, so he could be prosecuted still. What would they do? I don't know. I mean, look, he's not like, when they prosecute these 100-year-old Nazis and things, that's one thing. I mean, those guys were in charge of death camps and things. But Cooper, yeah, he was not a good guy. People eventually, there was no bloodshed in his hijacking, but I mean, look at the damage that he caused. Copycats were killed. Passengers were killed during copycat attempts. So there's that. Yeah, he says, Bilal says, I don't believe he's alive. Yeah, I mean, the guy was a heavy smoker with a wrinkled older mouth, according to Alice, back in 1971. So that dude is not alive. Thank you, Groovy Goose. Maybe a passenger knew Cooper. I've investigated the passengers, man. I really, I've looked into them. I mean, I know all their names. I know their histories. I just, nah, I don't see it. Yeah. Okay. Can you provide a recap of the parachute under the bridge? Okay. So that is an anecdotal story, but it's kind of one of these things where it's like, seems a little more plausible. It's realistic, at least, that somebody would see a parachute under a bridge. So if you're familiar with Portland, you've got two bridges. You have a railroad bridge, then you have the I-5 interstate bridge. Okay. Beneath the railroad bridge, there are a bunch of rocks on the Washington side of it. Okay. And some people were fishing there. A couple of veterans, Vietnam veterans even, they were fishing there. And I think a few days after the hijacking, and one of them spotted what he believed, because he was in the military. He said that was like a military white, felt it was a circular. I don't know how I could tell if it was stuck there, but he said somewhere on the rocks there was a white parachute. He was certain it was a parachute. It was white. Okay, which is that's pretty standard for military chutes or military canopies, which is what Cooper had in his. He said he called the Vancouver Police Department, and they kind of blew him off. They said, "Oh well, Cooper jumped out. Oh, the FBI, they're all up in Ariel area. They're all up in there. They're all up near Cowlitz County. They're nowhere near here." And they kind of blew him off. And we have Chris Cunningham, I think, did a FOIA request for the Vancouver Police Department to try to find that, but they said that those records were too old. And yeah, I mean, you're not going to have a tip still be in a file somewhere, but it was worth a try to see if that happened. But that kind of plays into the concept of Cooper pitching his parachute over the bridge, which is because that's really the only way I could come up with a scenario where that could be Cooper's parachute, right? Is Cooper lands, gets to his car eventually, and goes back to the stash site. And not only does he pick up his money, but he picks up the parachute too, and he throws it in the trunk. And if there's nobody around, it might be 3 a.m. He's crossing the I-5 bridge, pulls over. Remember, there's no cameras anywhere, and then just tosses the parachute into the river. That's a good way to get rid of it. A good way to get fingerprints off of it, perhaps, if you have any fingerprints on it. And if somebody ever finds it, well, then they might think you landed in the river or something. So it's a win-win. So be a good way to get rid of it for sure. So that's my thought. Did the plane actually fly over Tina Bar? No, nowhere near. In fact, Eddie, I have a video you should check out that says, it's called, after the show's over, of course, check out my video. It's called the Best Evidence Cooper Survived. It's about how far away Tina Bar is. And I argue that the best evidence Cooper survived is the money on Tina Bar, because how does that money, he jumps out 15 or 20 miles away. So how does that money get there without him? Basically, my argument is if the money escapes the drop zone, then Cooper must have escaped the drop zone. Otherwise, you have to come up with scenarios where some guy finds Cooper's dead body or something in the woods and buries Cooper with leaving no trace, then takes the money off Cooper. And then that guy puts the money on a sandbar or throws money in a river or whatever. So I just don't. Ricky and Drake 302, cool name 302. Happy to catch the live. I'm happy to have you. Would the FBI be obligated to arrest 95-year-old Cooper? No. I think the only time law enforcement is obligated to arrest somebody, maybe as a cop in the Knudsen's in the thread. Knudsen, you're a former U.S. Marshal. You tell us. Okay, we have a former U.S. Marshal in the thread. You tell us, dude. I think the only time law enforcement has an obligation technically to arrest anybody is if they see a crime happening in front of their eyes. Okay. No, there would, yeah, I would ask Cooper if he was Canadian. I ask Cooper what town he's from. I bet if Cooper told me what town he was from, if I couldn't cheat and say what his name is, I bet if Cooper told me what town he was from, or what city he's from, hopefully he's not from New York or somewhere big. Hopefully it's a small town. This might seem silly, but do you think Cooper specified American currency since his decoy destination was Mexico? I mean, probably not, because you mean American dollars spend everywhere. So I don't. I think they all kind of figured out pretty soon that he wasn't going to Mexico. I mean, we've got the audio of Radachek saying, well, we're pretty sure because he didn't. Basically, it's really cool. That might be my favorite thing in that audio we have is seeing the crew in real time working through these things, because we have Radachek saying, it appears to me that, sorry, do my Radachek voice. It appears to me that he did not seem concerned when we were discussing refueling stops, which is true. Cooper's like, well, whatever. Okay. And he's like, because Cooper did not seem concerned about where we were going to refuel, then he's probably never intended to be on the plane when it landed to refuel. Yes. Chris says, Ryan, I think the FBI would consult with the U.S. Attorney's Office. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Because they're the ones. And I just don't know. I asked Bill Mitchell that one time. I did ask Bill Mitchell. I said, would you still want Cooper prosecuted if he's a 95-year-old man? Bill goes, yeah, hell yeah, absolutely. So Bill Mitchell would still want him prosecuted. My one question for Cooper: what is the complete story of your hijacking? Yes, it's like having a genie bottle, and one of your wishes is to have infinite wishes. It's like a cheat. Let's see. Did the FBI ever consult with Canadian authorities? Yes, they did, and it didn't go well. Mounties were just kind of, I don't know what the problem was back then, but they weren't friendly. It seems like there was some trouble when the FBI went up to Canada to do things. Ryan, please volunteer to be Coop's attorney. Hell yeah, that would be sweet. It's the moldering corpse of McCoy. Let's see, and his Book of Mormon that he was buried with. What are the chances Cooper lost the money? Not impossible. McNally lost the money, right? So McNally jumps out, and as soon as he pulls his parachute, he loses $500,000. Possible that Cooper lost the money for sure. But then again, I mean, I don't know. I feel like he would have tied it to himself pretty well. And I don't know, paracord is very, very strong. I mean, I've got it back there on my bag. I mean, that stuff's one thing I'm going to do for you guys eventually is I am going to put on my parachute back there, and I am going to try to tie that bag to myself to just do an experiment to see how it would all work, to see how I could do it. Now, again, I didn't get too far in the scouts, but I can do some knots. So I would see, well, it'd be interesting to see. Congrats on 7,000. Thank you, Seth. I appreciate that. It's a 55-year-old crime. Would the feds even prosecute it, especially if it's not a murder? Gosh, I mean, I don't know. I love that question because I really don't know. I could see it going either way. Don't jump the vintage rig. I'm not jumping no rig, Jay. Hello, Cooperheads. Hello, Steve. Homeless people in the drop zone. Yeah, I know. That was like that was one, I forget, Georgia or somebody was into that theory. He was like, maybe Cooper got jumped by hobos and the hobos took his money. The hobo theory. This is balls. Yep, that's what Max said. This is balls. I know for a fact I could tie the bag to myself and it ain't going nowhere. Yeah, that like I said, I'm confident. I'd feel pretty confident if I had 100 feet of paracord that I could tie enough knots to where that thing's not going anywhere. Yeah, Uncle Jim says paracord is really strong. Dodger says, yeah, but don't you think that if he lost the money, he would still be in search of it? Well, I mean, if it blew off his body at night over the woods, you're not finding it. And if I'm Cooper, I'm staying away from the drop zone for a while. Do you think there's anything Cooper did that was smarter or better planned than the other copycat hijackers who got caught? Or was it only because he was the first? See, that's a weird thing, because we talk a lot about how, and even I'm guilty of it too in my videos, I mentioned how, by the time the copycats happened, they knew that what the pressure bump meant. But I would say only one hijacker was caught because of the pressure bump. And that would be Rob Hetty, because they knew that he jumped just south of Reno, and they went and staked out the area, right? And that's where they found his little car there with his Parachute Association sticker parked on the side of the road. So I think he's the only one who, knowing that, helped. Heinemann was caught because he turned himself in, because I think he was afraid of being beheaded with a machete, given the dead or alive reward that they had in Honduras for that dude. I wonder if I have that. I love that. I actually own one of them, but I don't want to get up and get it. But there is a. Am I trying to find that cool graphic of? Do I have his? Oh no! Oh no! I don't have his freaking dadgum. I thought I had a copy of his wanted poster. Do I really not have Heinemann's wanted poster? Anyway, it was in Spanish, dead or alive, essentially. I think he was concerned. He turned himself in after a month in Honduras. Mac was caught because he had accomplices who talked. McCoy was caught mainly because I think he talked too much beforehand, right? So he ran his mouth about Cooper too much. So when a parajacker jumps out over Provo, people are like, hey, there's a guy who's been talking about doing this who lives in Provo. And, LaPointe was caught in midair. He jumped at daytime, which is, what are you doing? He jumped out in daytime, and a chase plane circled around him until he landed on the ground. So that's how he was caught. So, I don't think Cooper did anything. Obfuscating his fingerprints, I guess, might have helped. But the problem is, I don't think they had a computer database, in 71 of all these fingerprints, right? And another problem too was, even if they had his fingerprints, there was the St. Louis Records fire in 1973. Basically, every Army and Air Force record in existence burned to the ground when their records building burned down in St. Louis in 73. So all these fingerprints, you see that a lot in the FBI files. They're like, well, we can't go check this guy's fingerprints from the military because all the fingerprints were destroyed when the fire happened. So that was a big problem for the FBI, but they didn't have his fingerprints anyway, so I'm not sure why they really cared. I love it. The boss says, what is the most recent wait, my bad, not that one. McCoy was only caught on his second attempt, which was much more efficient. Yeah, I know. I love that AI is like, he is much better second hijacking. Don't think so. Okay. If the pay and hours were the same, would you be a prosecutor or a defense attorney? Oh God, defense attorney. Hell yeah. I mean, prosecutor is an actual job. I hate to say it that way, but meaning like you actually have to go to work. You have a boss. I don't have a boss. I can not work if I don't want to during the day. I wouldn't be able to do all this stuff for you lovely people if I was still a prosecutor. I'll say that. I wouldn't have the time to do that. I just drank that like Trump. People always laugh about, it's like some meme or something about Biden and Trump drinking water or something. I just noticed I drank that with two hands, like a raccoon. We used to have a raccoon for a pet. Raccoons are interesting pets, by the way. You know, they can drink glasses of water and things. Our raccoon used to go, and if he wanted to come in or whatever, or if he wanted us to go out there, whatever, if he was looking inside the house, he would do like this. You know, they put it up against the window. They're literally doing this, like trying to look in. They're smart enough to hide their, like the glare and look through a window, which is pretty cool that raccoons do that. I don't know why. His name was Rocky Raccoon, of course, after the Beatles song. I wish, that'd be cool. Does Ted Braden have an arrest mugshot from the early 70s? He should. Now, Braden is so strange. I obviously was, I still am a Braden fan, I guess, of the guy, not of the guy himself. He's a slug. He was kind of a slug, but a fan of the history of Braden. He's a fascinating character. But I've spent a lot of time on Braden and trying to find court records because I have access to databases and things that most people don't have because I'm an attorney and things like this. And I've tried to find Braden's arrests and things. It's just, guys, he just, I mean, I wish I could show you guys that thing I've shown people before. And I don't think I have it anywhere where I can grab it, but basically Ted Braden is a ghost. I'll just say that. I've got a database where I can look up pretty much anything on anybody. Braden's is literally blank, as if like the hand of God like erased this man's existence. It's interesting. Just finished American Skyjacker. Any idea what happened to Robin Oswalt in the end? I didn't know there was another female hijacker other than Kathy Kirko we're talking about. Yeah, Robin, I actually asked Eli, the director of American Skyjacker, I said, you know, did you guys ever reach out to Robin to interview her? And he said that they did. And, you know, he said she's doing fine these days, kids and everything. And, you know, she's in her, gosh, Robin would be in her 60s, I guess. But yeah, that's a sad story. How that guy, Garrett Trapnell, you know, I believe John Douglas, for those who know, Mindhunter, interviewed Manson and all those guys. And I believe there's somewhere where he said that Garrett Trapnell was the most like creepy, deviously genius person he ever interviewed. And this is the guy who like invented, basically him and Robert Ressler invented modern criminal psychology, you know. And he said that Trapnell was like the most devious guy, but he had to be. I mean, you watch American Skyjacker, this guy convinced a woman to hijack a helicopter and break him out of jail. And then he convinced that girl's daughter to go hijack a plane to get him out of jail. Like, just creep. Was Trapnell ever investigated for Norjack? You know, he is, Mary. I'm quite certain. Hey, there's something we can actually do. I mean, normally it would take me a minute to get my Adobe up. But I can do this, people. I can actually look and see now because we have the database that this guy put up on Reddit. I'm going to type in Trapnell on the FBI files here. Trapnell. Yep. Garrett Brock Trapnell shows up 26 times in the FBI files. So yes, Trapnell was somebody, and I think these are all redundant. I think these are all redundant files, looks like. But he is in a lineup of photographs, apparently. So yeah, Garrett was, they did show his photographs to the stewardesses. Yep. My granddaughter wants to know how big the Seattle airport was at the time. Big enough, right? I mean, I'm sure it was smaller than it is now. Just like the Portland airport was smaller than it is now. But I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not a Seattle person, but I think there are a few extra runways now. It looks a little different than it did then. Braden was accused of stealing $250,000 in a truck robbery. Yeah. Braden did a lot of things that were creepy. Yes, get on Ryan's show, Mary. I would like that too, Mary. I would like to have you on for sure. Any chance the pilots felt Cooper pushing the stairs all the way down with the pressure bump and he jumped over the river? No. Exiles, check out my video, How They Know Where Cooper Jumped, it's called. There's no way. Basically, there is no way that you can, there's no way that you could cause the stairs of a 727 to hit the top of the fuselage without a huge weight being lifted off. And I explain all that in really in detail. So check out my video, How They Know Where Cooper Jumped Out. And I explain all that. So no, there's no way he could have faked that. There's no way they could have been mistaken. Subsequent experiments, the copycats doing it, it had to be Cooper jumping. There's no way around that. It just is what it is. I assume Cooper's voice is not on the audio. No, it would not be. It was a different. The audio is on a radio. It's on the radio frequency. Now it's possible that maybe if the black box had not been recorded over, so the black boxes back then, they recorded every 30 minutes, they recorded over each other because obviously black boxes are for crashes, not for hijacking. So they recorded over each other every 30 minutes, the tape. So it's possible that maybe, I don't know if interphone communications are recorded on a black box, maybe. But no, there's no audio. The audio we have is from them talking outside on a radio channel. So no Cooper. Good night, all. Just had back surgery and have to go for a walk. Oh, well, good night, sir. Sorry about your back. I have a bad back too. Good times. Are you watching the games on a side TV? No, I watched my game earlier today. I watched the Cubbies lose. So that was earlier today. I have no, He had a pleasant voice, DeBoss says. If his voice was in the recording, it could have been a good ASMR content. Well, we're not going to Cuba. Do people know if he had any children or not? No. Tina tried to pry some personal information from Cooper, and he told her to knock it off. So, no, I don't know. Cooper probably had kids, I would guess. I mean, people had kids back then. DB Cooper Sleuth. That's me. I love that. Scottish comment. DB Cooper Sleuth. My name's Ryan. But Cooper Sleuth's fine too. There's an Unsolved Mysteries episode. Yep. They redone the sketch of Cooper for for one of the eyewitnesses. It looks like he had a crew cut. No, it looks like he had my hair, basically. That sketch is, where is, dadgummit. I removed the stupid sketch, didn't I? I'll pull it back up. That's called the Dracula sketch. All right. And the Dracula sketch was actually drawn by, Dracula sketch was drawn by the same guy who drew the Richard Ramirez Night Stalker sketch, which is kind of cool. Cool trivia. There it is. Yeah. That's the Dracula sketch. And I read from my book last time about this, that basically I think that is Flo Schaffner's, who was the stewardess who gave the description for this sketch. That's her 18 years later remembering not the real Cooper. I think that is that's the Cooper who lives in her brain after 18 years, not the real guy, be my guess. Because it just doesn't matter. But it's not without value though. Because look at it. It's got the weird lower lip. It's got the kind of long, narrow nose. It's got those folds that go down from the nose, and it's got the wide forehead and the long head. Those are pretty much universal Cooper traits if you read the files. And so I don't think Cooper looked like this, but he had those features for sure. Are there any possible bodies of water in your drop zone that Cooper could have drowned in? 2. I mean, Lake Merwin, he didn't drown in Lake Merwin because the money I mean, if he had drowned in Lake Merwin, the money would have gone down with him, right? And then there's the Lewis River, which is only like maybe 50 yards wide, or maybe more narrow than that in some places. Not a very big river. That's one of the confounding things about Cooper is there's just not a lot of water. I think somebody did a estimate and like somebody did a survey sort of thing. I think maybe like only 1% of the drop zone is wet. So that's not really. How many people are still alive from the flight crew? Just one, Anderson, the flight engineer. He turned 90 just recently. In fact, I have a photo of Anderson that I put on Facebook. People saw it. I'll see if I have it. See if I have that picture of Andy from his birthday a few days ago. Yeah, Andy turned 90. He is the only one who's still alive because Radicek sadly passed away recently. I don't think I have that photo of Andy, but anyway, it's on Facebook. You can find it. But yeah, happy birthday to Andy, his 90th. Now, that's the flight crew. If you mean like the stewardesses, they're all alive. All three stewardesses are alive for sure. Are any suspects alive other than Mac? But he was barely a suspect. Plenty. I mean, enough. I mean, major like nobody that we know of who is a serious suspect is still alive. I mean, there probably are some, but Sheridan Peterson is probably the last one. He died maybe 2021 or something like that. So Sheridan Peterson's probably the last one who am I thinking of? Who my brain is thinking of somebody who, oh, well, I mean, we had a Cooper suspect at CooperCon this past year, Jim McClellan. He was, I mean, that they ransacked his house and his cars and chased him around. So Jim McClellan's still alive. Yeah. I mean, I would never say he was a serious suspect because he wasn't, but they investigated him because they had reason to. What do I make of the titanium found on the tie? Whew. I am no habla inglés with Tina Bar, and I think the tie I'm getting no habla inglés because every year it changes. I mean, it's always something different that they're finding because they're doing more research on the tie. I mean, we were convinced it was, what was the first thing that we thought it was? The tie particles were, I forget what that company was, but it wasn't Rim Crew. It was some other company. But yeah, every year it's something different with the tie. I know, man. When are we getting the new suspect that was supposed to come out in January? Did I miss it? No, I'm not sure if you're talking about the guy that I presented at CooperCon. We're still working on that. But there is another suspect. I'm going to go chill out with love from Scotland. Scotland, bud, keep doing what you're doing. God, cool bless. All right. You're the gear, man. You're the gear, Mr. Scottish. Good night, sir. It is late over there. Although this is one of those weird times where normally the UK is 6 hours ahead of me, but they're actually 5 hours ahead because of the daylight savings time or whatever it is. When is CooperCon 2026? Is it at the museum? No, it's in Vancouver. Tektronix, that's it. Thank you, Mary John. Thank you. When can I buy your book from you? Shit, I don't know. I don't know. The tie is probably disregarded now, knowing it could be the fingerprint dust. We don't know that because, I mean, no, we don't know it's not the fingerprint dust because there's no evidence they fingerprinted the tie. I don't know. I don't think you can get fingerprints from fabric like that. So I think they would have documented if they had fingerprinted the tie. But it's possible that maybe the agents who were handling the tie were the same ones who had been fingerprinting things, and maybe it's on their hands. So that's possible. We'll find out. Tom is going to do that at some point. I believe that Packer Jack Limbach is going to get him some actual period fingerprint powder to test. When is Flyjack coming on? Flyjack has an open invitation, but uh, I think we'll find Cooper before Flyjack comes on my show. He's Flyjack's a little shy when it comes to interviews. When can I buy your book from you? Oh, wait, somebody, you already said that. Yeah, where is that book? I don't know. It's on my computer. All 350 pages of it. It's done. If Anderson had snuck a look at Cooper, would it have helped at all? Now, it's funny. Anderson is a trivia question that I stumped a lot of people on one time. Basically, Anderson is the only member of the flight crew who actually left the cockpit during the hijacking. He closed the door. He closed the front door. So down payment for your book. Chips. Well, Chips, email me, norjackinvestigation@gmail.com, Chips. Thank you for the, I might could give you a teaser there. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that. More audio. I don't know when the more audio is coming out. What's coming out first, GTA 6 or Ryan's book? Funny. GTA 6 probably. That has been a long time. My God, didn't GTA 5 come out like 12 years, 13 years ago? It's ridiculous. Flyjack shy? Yes, Flyjack is shy. He is. Not behind the keyboard, which is fine, but I guess he just doesn't give interviews. It's okay. I think the aerospace metal filings are a serious clue. Could be. Don't rush your book. I have a feeling it'll be the definitive Cooper book. Yeah, I do too. I hate to sound arrogant, but I mean, it's got over 500 citations in it. Okay. It's a serious book. And right now, like I said, it's with some university presses. Well, you super chat people, email me. I can hook you up. I'll hook you up, guys. Who is Flyjack? Flyjack is, were there any gay or non-binary passengers on the flight? Now that's a segue. I don't, not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Who is Flyjack? Is a investigator. I have butted heads with, but I do respect the guy. I think he respects me. He's hard-headed, but that's okay. Smart guy, Canadian. He is. He believes that Bill Hahnemann was DB Cooper, who was one of the copycats. I do not think that. I think Hahnemann's not a good suspect, honestly. It's just my opinion. I think he acts very differently than Cooper, and I think he looks a hell of a lot different than Cooper probably looked like. But I mean, Hahnemann did do it. So, I mean, he gets some bonus points for that. But now Flyjack's a really smart guy. Very sure of himself. So am I. No problem with that. Anyway. I know how to make you mad if I say a suspect name. Well, Mrs. Sleuth is concerned for my blood pressure these days when it comes to McCoy. So I got to not do that. What do you think Cooper's grudge was? I don't know. Everybody who's done some crime that I've defended, every criminal defendant I've got has a problem with the world. It's always somebody else's fault, right? So I think, who knows what Cooper's grudge was. It could also have been something just cool to say. Cooper seems to have a few lines that just seem like throwaway lines. It's what you would say, instead of saying, when Tina says, do you have a grudge against our airlines or whatever, or what's your problem with our airlines? Or what's your problem? Tina's like, what's your problem, really? Cooper says, he goes, I don't have a grudge against your airline, miss. I just have a grudge. It's a lot cooler thing to say than, well, no, I don't have a grudge against your airline, miss. I'm just a dirty thief and I want money. Is Epstein alive? No. No fuzz or no fuss? Good question. Probably fuss, because fuzz wasn't probably a term that a guy of Cooper's age was probably going to use. That's kind of that was a slang for the hippie types back then, right? Meta question. Why do some of your videos have that? We don't know. What do you mean there? We don't know WBO. What does that mean? Expound upon that, please, sir. Kind of crazy that Flo went back for her purse. I don't know. I mean, she's a single woman. I remember somebody was like, she probably had some weed in there. Didn't want to get fired because they're going to search her bag when it lands. I don't think so. I think that she was a single woman. I mean, she was from Arkansas, living in Minnesota in an apartment complex, not far from Tina, by the way. They live in the same apartment complex. I think they're 302s, say where they're from, say where they're living at the time. Kenny Christensen discreetly boarded the plane as a flight attendant and then hid in the bathroom before the rest of the crew boarded. And then he met up with McCoy in the bathroom and then jumped together. You know, it would be funny. I've said this before. If there was an Ocean's 11 type thing and it was all the different suspects, right? You got like Vordal as the brains of it. And you got this guy, it's this guy, you know. Isn't Tina a nun? No. Tina's a retired social worker. Tina was a nun for a little while. Tina was always really religious. Flo said that Tina liked to proselytize to her, talk about Jesus when they were rooming together in hotel rooms, you know. And she didn't. I mean, I think Flo was like, "Look, I'm a Christian. You don't need to do this. You know, I'm from the South. You know." But Tina was very religious and became a nun not far from Portland for, I don't know, 10 years or so. But then she went and got a degree in social work. And I think she ran a soup kitchen or something in Portland for 20 years, maybe. I want to know what Mac knows about Jimmy Hoffa. Mac won't say. Mac is still afraid to say that. So, yeah. But I do believe Mac would know, though. Honest to God. Mac's from Detroit. Mac was in federal prison. People talk. I think if it's possible. As Bruce Smith, I'm a stuttering, muttering prick tonight, aren't I? As Bruce Smith mentioned, is it possible that Tina and DB had a good time? They spent hours alone. No. Well, no, they spent an hour alone. Well, less than an hour, actually. I mean, Alice and Flo leave the plane around 6:45. And Cooper, they take off at 7:30. And within 3 minutes, Cooper sends her to the front. So the concept, what that is Bruce is relating the Kofelt grift, the Jack Kofelt grift, which is, he was the first suspect grifter, essentially. He was dead, but his friends were grifting. And it was in Penthouse. It's on archive.org. You can read it. Penthouse wrote an article about Kofelt/Cooper, grabbing Tina's butt and her becoming flush. Oh, it's just really inappropriate things. And I think that is where Bruce got that idea from. Now, what's weird too is there is an interview with Flo, which is like a fever dream. I mean, I've got a video on this. If you want to go deep in my files or deep in my videos, I have a video like, did the stewardess really say this? Flo gave an interview in the 80s to a lady in Salt Lake City at a restaurant called DB Cooper's, which is interesting. But Flo was talking about how her and Cooper had a connection and that they felt they had sat with each other before in a previous life. And I'm like, that sounds like bullshit, because that made me honestly question whether that is like whether that whole interview is some sort of work, like a fictional work or something like performance art or something by the writer. Cause like Flo did not like Cooper at all. I mean, my God, look at her in Unsolved Mysteries. She's like, he said, I'll be dead. Flo is like, Tina's pretty chill about it, but Flo did not like Cooper at all. But Cooper looked right in her eyes and said he was going to blow her up and kill her. So I don't blame Flo for being about that. I'm still very curious about Langseth and his DNA. It seems like he's the best suspect out of them all. The problem with Langseth, right? The problem with Langseth is that his photo was shown, to the stewardesses, right? And they in 72, and we have the photo that he was shown, that they were shown. Try to find it. All right, I'll upload these for you guys. So this is the photo, and this photo comes from fall of 71. I think that the person who gave this photo to the FBI said it was from October of 71, I think. Yeah, let me do this. Okay, yeah, here it is. So that photo was shown to the stewardesses in 72, and they said it wasn't, or well, it was shown to one stewardess at least. It was shown to Tina, I'm pretty sure. Tina said it wasn't him. So, granted, Tina claims that she never looked at Cooper very well, but that's like, I would think Langseth is a better suspect. I would say Langseth would be the best suspect if he wasn't eliminated in a photo lineup. But again, maybe human memory is frail. So, but there's a modern updated version. I did a couple modern versions through AI of what these photos look like. So that's what Langseth would look like. He does have a turkey neck. So, Christine says the DB Cooper case is a drug. It is a drug for sure. Yep. I agree with you there. Cube, he says Roger Strom is an interesting character. I get him and Langseth mixed up. Yeah, I could see that. Mary John says, I think a passenger or two couldn't identify that photo as identical to Cooper. Yeah, I think so too, Mary. I think that Langseth, is shown to people. Okay. Langseth looks like Cooper in a general way. Langseth looks like Cooper in a lot of ways. Look at his eyes, right? His eyes are very Bingish, right? See Bing's eyes there? Langseth has these kind of almond eyes, right? So that's not wrong. Langseth's a damn good Bing. I'll say that. It's going back and forth. He's a damn good Bing. But I don't think he was Cooper, but the FBI would have really dropped the ball if Langseth was Cooper, because they did investigate him a lot. Ryan, you're the best, very balanced in this case. Thank you. I try to be. Like I said, I'm trying to be a historian on this thing. I don't want to. What about Kirko? Kathy? Who knows? She's probably alive. Maybe. I hope she is. And for those who don't know, the only other hijacker who is out in the wild is a female, right? Our female copycat. Although I wouldn't say they were real copycats, though, because they did ask for parachutes. They did not receive any parachutes, but that was part of their, her and Roger Holder, her boyfriend, that was part of their shtick, was they did ask for, here we go. They did ask for parachutes. But yeah, if you go to the FBI right now, there it is. Kathy Kirko wanted. Cute girl. She was 19, I think, at the time. 19 or 20. Hijacker from Oregon. So yeah, her and DB Cooper are the only outstanding, I guess, hijackers in American history who are still outstanding, where they're out there. Not outstanding in that way, but they're outstanding that they're still out there. So my granddaughter wants to know what kind of sunglasses he was wearing. Unsure, but likely probably Ray-Ban Ballaramas or some knockoff version. If you Google Ballaramas, probably that's what I've got him wearing. Whenever in my Cooper creations, essentially, I put him in those sort of glasses. If you look at the way that I illustrate Cooper for my AI stuff, let me show you. He's basically wearing Ballaramas. Let me see. Yeah, pretty close to him, real similar. And they had a yellow tint, or honey brown, I think Bill Mitchell called them honey to the FBI. They were honey colored lenses, or maybe that was Alice. One of them did. So that's why I've got him with that yellow tint, right? A bit of a yellow tint on his glasses, according to the witnesses. Am I shadow banned here? I'm no. You're not shadow banned, Britain. I'm reading you loud and clear. Never heard of her. How come? You're talking about Kirko? There's a great book called what is it? The Skies Belong to Us. You should check it out. Great book about the Kathy Kirko hijacking. Her and her boyfriend did this thing. Really mad. They hijacked a plane in LA or somewhere and got $500,000 and went to Algiers. And of course, the Algerian government was like, thank you very much for this money. How about the vid of Cooper waving goodbye? I don't know. Do I have that? The problem is Cooper waving goodbye is a hard one to illustrate for me. I have a hard time on my computer because I have to pose. AI is not as easy. People might think it's really tedious. I mean, well, for me, because I'm trying to make things as accurate as possible. But do I have him waving goodbye somewhere? But yeah, I don't have that on me. I don't have that video on me, but it's hard to when you say wave, it goes, your AI guy waves like a maniac. I'm like, no, I don't think Cooper was like, hey, boy. He probably gave a salute, like, see you, something like that. Yeah, maybe it did. Maybe it did look okay. Maybe it did look good. I don't know where that video is, though. I'll have to try to find that video for you guys. Not sure where that went, but it wasn't easy to illustrate. And I would like to do a better version for you guys for my future videos than how it turned out. All right, I'll try to find that for you guys real quick. Where is Cooper waving? I'm working on a video about the sketch creation right now, which is a lot of fun. I think you guys are going to dig the illustrations, some of the sketches and things that I've done for that. Yeah, I don't know where my where Cooper waving went to. I'll have to find that for you guys. But yeah, sunglasses though were probably some sort of knockoff Ray-Ban Ballaramas. That would just be my guess. Gosh, I really don't know where Cooper waving went. Sorry, people. Don't have it. Anyways, all right, moving on. Ryan needs an AI Cooper blooper reel. Oh, yes. I will show you a blooper that made me really laugh the other day. Because the AI does do stupid crap a lot, and this was a good one. I really I really enjoyed this one. Where is it? I know you guys will like it. Here it is. All right, here we go. I was trying to have the girls look at the Bing sketch because I'm illustrating, essentially, I'm illustrating the girls in the room with Roy Rose when he's drawing Cooper, right? And so I'm like, I'm having them speak. Their mouths are saying what they say in the files, which is, oh, that looks, Tina's like, I think that looks 100% like him, which is what Tina said apparently about the Bing sketch. But it illustrated the wrong thing talking. It showed the wrong thing. So there's no sound because but oops. So I'll show that again. Hey, girls. So yeah, there's Bing saying it looks 100% like him. It's like, sorry. Yeah, the bloopers of the AI, man. I think I'll show you the one of when they're making the lips. Yeah, AI does not know how to have the girls protrude their lower lips because we know that from Roy Rose, we know that coming straight from Roy Rose, we know that they said that they told him that he had a protruding lower lip. So when you're trying to illustrate that, this is what it did when I was trying to illustrate. I'm trying to have them say, he kind of had a protrude, he had a lower lip. He's supposed to, I'm trying to have the girls be like, lower lip thing. And this is what it did. AI does not understand pouting your lip out. This is what it did. Like, what is that? What is that? Just terrible. I'll try that again. Yeah. So that's funny. And it did it with flow too. It messed up flow as well. If you'll see this illustration here. She goes, the script has them saying he had this sort of protruding lower lip. And Tina's like, yeah, it was kind of pouty. Who is Lauren? That is Skip Hall. Hey, Max, what's going on? Hello, Max. Yes, the mind of a robot. It is hilarious. Yeah, like a robot does not understand that this. Yeah. Fun times. But yeah, I do need to have a blooper reel. So you guys did see me. You guys did see Roy Rose drawing the sketch earlier. Well, here, remember, we have a passenger who drew a sketch, right? We've got for those who've not seen it. Let me open that up. So Cord Spreckle was a German. He was pretty. I mean, other than Bill, he was the closest passenger to Cooper for sure. He was just one row up and across the aisle from Cooper, right? So Spreckle was an artist, a graphic artist, and oh my word, Ryan, you are a pathetic scoundrel that you don't have the frickin', I don't know, the frickin' Spreckle sketch pulled up. That's embarrassing there. Let me see if I can find that for you guys real quick. So Spreckle drew his own sketch, yes, because he was an artist, and he said, "Look, Now he saw the Bing sketch, and then he saw the Bing sketch, and then he just decided to draw his own sketch after seeing the Bing sketch. He drew his own. Let me try to find that for you guys. Sorry, here we go. Very important that you guys do see the sketch, because it's kind of cool. We have a passenger who drew his own version of Cooper, which is kind of neat. Let me find that. There we go. Oh, for God's sake. Talk amongst yourselves. The Holy Roman Empire here's a topic for you. The Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor was it Roman, as they say. Anyways. But yeah, Spreckle was a German. Spreckle actually died, I believe, of COVID, actually, sadly. I think he died of COVID not too long ago. Well, during COVID, I guess, which I guess these days, COVID was, 6 years ago now, which is just, man, time really flies, doesn't it? It flies when you're having fun. Anyways, so here we go. I'm so dumb. It was all along. It was right there in the feed. There he is. There you go. Thank you, people, for hanging in there. Sorry about that. There it is. There's the sketch. I need a lift to CooperCon from Canada. Well, Cooper is not Canadian. Max, how do you know that? I don't know that. Ryan, thanks for making me super interested in this case. Kind of a curse and a blessing. I agree with you. The Heist took guts only an American would do. Oh, come on, people. Canadians have guts? Canadians can be brave? Okay. A World War II or a history or a Civil War lesson. The passenger did better than a stick figure. Yeah. So I do have, but I did illustrate Spreckle drawing his sketch there. It's kind of a sweet illustration there. All right. Relevant to nothing. It was Voltaire who said it. The Holy Roman Empire was, I don't know what Voltaire said. Lionheart says, I hear people say the money was never found, but who's to say he didn't spend it in another country? He didn't need to do all that, Lionheart. He could have spent it in America easily. I mean, nobody, very few people, had the serial numbers, one thing. Number two, we're actually checking $20 bills. Okay. There's like 20 different things you could say that the money could have been spent. We know, like I said, the average lifespan of a $20 bill at the time before it was pulled from currency and destroyed was 18 months, according to the FBI according to the Treasury in 71. So, and we know that pulled and destroyed currency, the serial numbers were not recorded until the 90s, at some point, early 90s. So if the average lifespan of a $20 bill was 18 months back then, Cooper's got 20 years of possibly spending this money and it not showing up because they weren't checking the serial numbers of destroyed currency. So Cooper could have spent the money. I mean, the easiest thing Cooper could have done is just go to Vegas, right? I mean, it's not hard. You go to Vegas and you give them $10,000 of 20s and they give you some chips and you wander around for a while and go to a different lady and push your chips across and she gives you fresh $10,000 and you walk out. And it's the easiest thing you could ever do. Yeah, the numbers aren't in order. What's the rapture theory? What, did Cooper get raptured by Jesus? Is that it? Cooper is the only Christian. He was raptured. That's what it was. Was Cooper actually calm, or was the crew nice in describing him? He was calm, because if he wasn't, the passengers would have known that something was up, right? I know of no other hijacker who is as calm as Cooper. That is one thing that is weird about him. He is abnormally chilled out. All these other guys were screaming, hollering. I mean, Mac is probably the only copycat who wasn't, really upset at times. Hahnemann had his moments. Hahnemann's a strange case. It's weird. Like Hahnemann he freaked out one stewardess so bad that she had to leave the plane. It was a black stewardess. I don't know why that's relevant, but that's what it says in the 302. But she had to leave the plane because she was freaked out. But then you've got other stewardesses. Another stewardess in the 302 is about Hahnemann says, well, he wasn't that bad. And then you got the pilot who was like, this guy would have killed us if he could have. So it's hard to say. But nobody had there was no wondering about Cooper. There's no disparity between the descriptions of Cooper. Everybody said he was calm, relaxed is a good way that they say it. I'm curious what AI models you use, if you don't mind sharing. Yeah, I create images using Nano Banana 2, and I make my videos with Kling 3.0 Omni. Okay, everyone's just like, what the F is he talking about? But I've had two questions. Okay, but yeah, Kling Omni 3.0, which is on the fritz. Something's wrong with their system right now because it's not working very well lately. I've had to not do my AI stuff for the past couple of days because it's not working. Canadians have guts and Americans war heroes who saved the world. Max, I don't know if Cooper was we cannot say that Cooper was not an American or was not a Canadian. Who the hell knows? He seemed calm but gruff. Yeah, and that's kind of how I illustrate him. Right. Calm but gruff. Like if you look at if we look at this animation that my experimental animation with Cooper and Tina that I did a while back, you can hear them. You can kind of get the calm but stern Cooper.
Northwest told us if we were ever hijacked to Cuba to tell the passengers not to buy anything, because customs would just take it whenever we got back.
Well, we're not going to Cuba.
So, where are you taking us?
We're going to a pleasant place. Don't worry about it.
So, there. Cooper didn't swear, right, Ryan? Not that we know of. Not that we're aware of. I don't understand. This is a good question, Dodge, and I can explain this. It's a great question. I don't understand the part of where he had his sunglasses on later. That means people would have seen him without them on and could have described him without the sunglasses. Well, remember, if he had been wearing sunglasses before becoming the hijacker, like in the airport, then that would have drawn suspicion. If he would have, when boarding the plane, if he had been wearing sunglasses, it would have kind of drawn suspicion. Right? So it's kind of well thought out that he only put his sunglasses on when he became the hijacker. Okay. because that's when people would want to notice him. Otherwise, you're just a guy. So Ralph said Cooper was a loser, a desperate man, a loner, a washed up. I mean, he hijacked a plane. I mean, he's not the world's most successful guy. I mean, Himmelsbach's not wrong on that, right? I mean,
Ralph.
There we go. He's not wrong. Somebody says, let's see. How about that reaction video you did about AI? I know. Well, the AI, like Jay says, AI is good. Like, it's almost perfect for my purposes, right? I'm a historian portraying an event that we don't have video of. I mean, we don't have pictures or anything. So it paints a good picture. The issue is you have to do it correctly. Like, for example, I'll see AI videos on the Civil War or something, and I can just be like, okay, that's dumb looking. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Your daughter's probably like in college by now, right? How old's Maddie these days, Kelly? Oh, Maddie. I'll never forget Maddie. At the CooperCon several years ago, I was giving a talk about, maybe I'll show that photograph. I was giving a talk about, what's his name? St. George, brain farting. I was talking about the copycats. God, Brant, what the heck was that guy? Herman Goering. There's your World War II plug for you. No, it wasn't Herman Goering. I forget his name. But anyway, one of the copycats had his head blown off with a shotgun. He had a parachute and got scared and didn't want to jump out. So he said, I want a getaway car. And he had a stewardess hostage, and they parked this plane. Merlin St. George was his name. Okay. She's in 10th grade now. Great. But I was giving a talk about Merlin St. George, who walked out and had this stewardess at gunpoint or whatever. And he gets in a car. He gets in the getaway car they gave him. And just walking up to him is an FBI agent with a shotgun, sticks it in the window and pulls the trigger. And I always feel really bad for that stewardess because, yeah, I'm quite certain she was doused in gore. Had to be. There's no way around it. But anyway, they drag his headless body out and throw it on the ground. And this is actually this was in the newspapers back then. This picture here, right? I mean, there's your headless hijacker, and there's your guy with the shotgun there. But there's your headless hijacker. And so I accidentally left that photograph up on the screen behind me at CooperCon too long. And anyway, Maddie, sweet Maddie, that's Kelly's daughter. She was like, I don't know, about 12 at the time or something like that. Maddie walks up and goes, where was that guy's head? I was like, oh, well, think about a watermelon getting shot. Yeah. She was like, where'd that guy's head go? I was like, cheer, mommy. Ryan, do we have ADHD and brain tonight? Tonight? I am ADHD for life. Like, I am the ADHD gangster. Yes, his head exploded. Exactly. It just fell off. It just rolled down the road. It escaped. His head grew legs and ran off. I don't think Cooper was a loser. Maybe he had some issues, but look at what he pulled off. I mean, yeah, I don't know if he was a loser. I don't know. Oh, you're wrong, DeBoss. You're wrong. I guess you're talking about Cini. He says, that's the strongest evidence that Cooper was a Canadian. I don't know how many Americans would have heard about the hijacking. Lots. Oh, yeah. It was in the, I mean, you can look up. I mean, it was in the front page of the New York Times. Parachuting hijacker. In fact, since I have my book up here, where I will, let me do this. Where is my Cini stuff? There we go. Basically, let me try to find it where I wrote this. Yeah, I've got here. I wrote down in the book. It's got Cini's bizarre and dramatic hijacking received considerable attention throughout the United States and Canada, with photos of Cini lying unconscious in a hospital bed splashed across front pages, including the New York Times and the Chicago Tribune. Front page headlines read, "He wanted to parachute out. Hijacker tries parachute. Dynamite wielder set to parachute. Parachute try thwarted." The widespread publicity Cini's hijacking received should have given the FBI fair warning to be on the lookout for a copycat attempt. Yet, Cini's severe mental illness, coupled with the ineptitude with which he executed his hijacking, possibly caused law enforcement to overlook this incident as just a crackpot idea that would not be replicated. Nevertheless, following the Cooper hijacking, the FBI leaned toward Cooper being a Cini copycat, stating, "Unsub, Cooper, may have used this event to help him formulate his own skyjacking plans." Dr. David Hubbard, a criminal psychologist and a specialist in the psychology of hijackers, harbored no doubts that Cooper was a copycat. He was a firm believer in what he termed mutations, wherein all notable or unique crimes will immediately cause others to emulate it. This is true. Dr. Hubbard was quite blunt when discussing the connection between Cini and Cooper, stating, quote, "Cooper created nothing. He was an imitative creature like all the others who followed him." So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in agreement with that. Wile E. Coyote chases the Roadrunner. So good question. Good question, Gabriel. So if you're pretty sure Cooper was inspired by Cini, does that mean you think the Elsinore Ghost lead was totally unrelated or possibly fabricated? You should watch my Elsinore Ghost video. I don't think it had anything to do with the Cooper guy, because I really do think Cooper was a Cini copycat. I mean, I'm 90-something% in my opinion. I mean, I'm just speculating, but that'd be my guess. I feel that the Elsinore Ghost, I don't know why Lyle Cameron would lie about that. I think he exaggerated the interaction to the FBI because he does walk back some things. Him mentioning that the guy had Raleigh cigarettes is a bit, you jump in the shark there a little bit, Lyle. But Lyle Cameron was an FBI informant. He was a former cop. And it wasn't like he was inventing this story to aggrandize himself he was the editor of like the National Skydiving magazine, but this was an active lead. He couldn't go write about it. And I've looked, I've read through that years of them. They're online. I've read through like the next year or whatever, flipped through them, to see if anything is mentioned. I mean, Cameron never mentions this interaction in his magazine because, he couldn't, for one thing, because it's an active lead. You can't do that. The FBI would have told him not to do that. Here's my problem. Oh, Marty. That is Marty. Hello, Marty Andrade. I wish you would join. You should join our video. Join us. Here's my problem. Why wasn't the ghost ID'd? Good question. My guess is he didn't actually jump there, right? Cameron says he thinks the guy jumped there. I don't think he says he did. But it's possible. If he didn't jump there, there would have been no record, right? Because they did, for those who don't know, they did go through 15,000 skydiving cards of people who jumped at Elsinore, like literally 15,000. That was the most time-consuming thing, surely. That was probably the most time-consuming single lead that they investigated was Elsinore Ghost. But Romanoff and some other agent did that. I'm not sure. Mary says, yes, great point. A guy that jumped should have been in the books, but who's the new case agent? I can't say his name. I don't want to do that to him, but I'll say he doesn't care as much as we do, or as much as Larry does, sadly. How was LaPointe calm like Cooper and Mac if he had no criminal history? I imagine LaPointe was, I mean, look, PTSD does weird things to people. Okay. I mean, LaPointe was literally major PTSD. Famously, LaPointe almost broke his ankle jumping out of his plane. And the next day at his initial appearance in front of the federal judge, the judge says, son, we'll take care of your leg. You know, we'll get you treatment for your leg. And LaPointe goes, how about treatment for my mind? Like, I need help. Like, I'm not well. Okay. George Lewis, you're right, George. George says approximately 30,000 Canadians served in the U.S. Armed Forces. Yeah, I think they were on loan, right? Or did they join up? I'm trying to remember. I feel like Canada did something where it was kind of like almost like a loan program or something with George is saying they just volunteered. Maybe so. Jay, come on, Jay, you shouldn't say that. Jay says PTSD, more like PTS me. Oh, you're saying, yeah, you're all right, Jay. Chris Knudsen says, our U.S. Marshal retired, says, do you think the FBI reached out to the Mounties for help in searching for possible suspects from Canadian parachute schools? Maybe, but there's no, I've not seen that in the files. Okay. Did the FBI search abandoned homes or properties in the area where Cooper landed? They went door to door. So, I mean, if there was abandoned houses, the Army would have certainly, I don't know how well the Army would have searched these houses, right? Because the Army missed the fact that the Army was literally during the search, they were at the grist mill there on the Lewis River, and somehow missed the body of a woman killed by a serial killer 2 weeks earlier. Sadly, Barbara Ann Derry's body was found by two sisters hunting for bottle caps at the grist mill, and the Army had just been there 2 days earlier and didn't find her. So, and she was there. Warren Forrest was the serial killer's name. He killed her and like 7 other girls in the area in the early 70s. Ryan, I heard at CooperCon, you said you believe Cooper had a criminal history just like Mac. Do you still believe that? Yeah, sure. I mean, I feel like he's too comfortable. He didn't seem crazy or off his rocker. But I mean, he was very comfortable threatening people's lives. So yeah, I think at some point in his life, he was a criminal at some point. I saw a good question there. Of all the case agents, which one was the best? It's Larry. I mean, of course, it's Larry Carr. Not for what he accomplished as far as but he moved the case forward a lot because of his desire or his willingness to engage the public. Okay. The Cooper case was Cooper has this reputation as a case of conspiracies because it was mystified because the agents didn't talk about it, or there was so little info out there, right? That we had to just invent stories about Cooper. But Larry, and that's because those agents didn't talk about it with the public. But Larry was like, you know what? Bank robbers, and he's right. Bank robbers are almost always caught either in the act or, if not in the act, because someone turns them in. Somebody knows something. So Larry was like, I'll try this with Cooper. I'll go to the media. I'll do media rounds. I'll talk all about Cooper. I'll invite people to come, So, he invited Tom Kay and the Citizen Sleuth. That's Larry. I am sitting here talking to you because of Larry Carr. I'm sure a lot of you people are a lot of Cooperites are the children of Larry Carr, because Larry kind of reinvigorated Cooper in the eye of the public imagination in 07, 08. Larry had a huge part of that. So, I mean, he is on the Mount Rushmore of Cooperites for sure. I need to have Larry. I was just talking to him the other day. I need to have Larry on the show again. Larry's a good dude too. He's a good human as well. But yeah, I love Larry, and I wish that the current case agent was as open as Larry was, because I wouldn't have to wait for my FOIAs for 5 years if he was. Combat veteran turned criminal. Yes, I think you're right, Jay. It's a good thought. The Army is about staying warm and having something nice to eat. Well, that's funny you say that, because that's how they know the Army had been in that area. When the journalists went out to the area where Barbara's body was found, one of the comments was the sea ration cans laying around illustrated that the Army had been through here a few days before. Could Cooper have landed on Mount St. Helens? No, too far away. Too far away. And the Mount St. Helens would have had no impact on the evidence. People have asked that question a lot. No impact, because for one thing, that the ashes and everything blew east, and Mount St. Helens is already 15, 20 miles east of the flight path to begin with. So, and all the ashes would have blown east anyway. So no. ASFAB waivers, they hand those out like candy, do they? Well, maybe. Oh, Nicole. Look at Nicole. My buddy's asked me a question. Hello, Nicole. If you were Cooper, how would you have gotten to the airport? What would you have done as soon as you landed? How far would you travel from home to pull this off? Gosh. Okay. So somebody asked me the other day to give a comprehensive theory about my idea on Cooper. And I don't really like doing that. I mean, because it's a hard thing to have a all-encompassing theory. But like, basically, I was begged somewhere to give a comprehensive take. And like I said, I don't like doing this, because I don't like doing this, but I'll do it for you guys tonight. I mean, because there's so many options. But basically, somebody had a gun to my head and was like, "Please tell me." So I'll just read to you what I. All right. So I wrote this. Cooper was almost certainly from out of the area. Only a fool would hijack a plane near where they live. There's way too much risk of someone spotting you in the airport. Hell, someone you know might even be on the plane. I said, Cooper drives into the area just the night before, gets a motel, pays with cash, and uses a fake name. Stays there one night. He wakes up, puts airplane glue on his fingertips, throws his crap in his car, drives off, and leaves his car in a parking lot somewhere, or who knows. He walks to the corner and gets a cab to the airport. He leaves his sunglasses off to avoid attracting attention. He buys a ticket with a fake name. He boards the plane. He sits at the very back of the plane to avoid attention. He passes the note. He puts the sunglasses on. He ensures that the passengers are kept unaware. He gets his ransom, lets the passengers go, tells them to fly to Mexico City, knowing that gets you flying back south. He has no idea how fast he's going and how long it's going to take him to get to Portland. Or I'm saying, that's a you. So I'm talking about you. Okay. So you are Cooper. Okay. You don't want to jump too far away from civilization. So where it's hard to get back to your vehicle, but you also don't want to jump too close to civilization, because you might land on top of a cop car at a four-way stop, as I always say. Around 8:05, you go onto the stairs and you start looking for lights in the distance. Finally, around 8:10, you see the glow of Portland approaching. You look down, and through the scattered clouds beneath you, looking for maybe towns. And the towns you think you see are maybe Woodland or Battleground, something like that. You used to live here back when you were younger. So you know that this is the outskirts of Portland. This is the Goldilocks zone, not too close, but not too far. You know that these southern flights to Portland are just east of the I-5 interstate, usually. So you know that wherever you land, you just need to walk west at most 5 miles, and you're going to run into the interstate. You jump and you begin to spin, but you've done this before, and so you correct yourself. You pull your parachute immediately just to be. You pull your parachute immediately just to be safe. You luckily don't land in any trees, but you land in the field behind someone's rural house, so you're able to hide your parachute in the woods. You also stash the money in some brush. You take very good mental notes of where you are. You get to the road and you start walking west. You come to the interstate somewhere around Woodland or Battleground. You either hitchhike back to your Portland parking lot, or you could just call a cab. It's only 9 o'clock or 9:30 at this point. You get back to your car and then you drive back to the stash site. You drive over to the Columbia River. You walk onto the railroad bridge and you toss the parachute and sacrifice some of your money. Just Tina Bar thing, I don't know. Maybe if someday law enforcement finds it, they'll think you're dead. You get back in your car and you drive home. Finally, you get home and you watch your legend grow on TV, wondering the entire time why the hell they're calling you DB Cooper when your alias was Dan Cooper. So there. That's there we have it. Okay. Sorry if that bored you, but that's kind of if I had a gun to my head, that's kind of where I would lean toward that scenario. Thank you, Da Vinci. He says super chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. I thank you for lifting up my ego there. You're a legend. You know more about the Cooper than all the FBI combined. Probably. That's not wrong today. I mean, who in the FBI knows about Cooper? Ryan, did the FBI profilers come up with an IQ estimate? Sort of. They believed he had some college. Okay, they don't go out and say he was a college graduate, but it does say they do think that because of the vocabulary he used, which that they thought he might have been somebody with some college. So I don't know, that doesn't mean IQ, but they did think he was intelligent. They thought he had forget the terminology, something about he was able to be inventive, I guess. He's improvised well. He had an inventiveness to him. No. So when Cooper purchased his ticket, was it observed where he came from? Did the ticket agent see him enter from the outside? Nope. He was in his queue, his line. Okay. If we read the, I'm going to my website, norjack.org, and you can read the ticket agent's testimony. He just says that Cooper's he looks up and Cooper's there. Did Cooper spend any of the money? Probably spent all of it. DeBoss says, don't we overestimate intelligence with famous criminals? Absolutely. Yes, we do. We do. Cooper is like a ghost in the form of a human. Yeah, Cooper exists for 5 hours. I mean, Ralph did have the great quote, right? And he's right. It's perfect. That's why it's my intro. We don't know who he was, where he came from, or where he went. Can you put up the German passenger sketch again? The nose looks wider. I don't think so. A little bit. I mean, not much. Yeah. I mean, it's a little wider than Bing's nose, but not by too much. I'm trying to think what Spreckle said. Let me put this up. I wish I could do a side by side, but I can't. I mean, it's real close. I do wonder what Spreckle is trying to do with his neck, right? Look under his chin. What is Cord? What a weird name for a person. Cord. His name is Cord. What is Cord doing there with that neck? Because we do have Spreckle saying that Cooper had looseness of his facial skin. That is a Spreckle quote, looseness of his facial skin. For a long time, we thought that Bill Mitchell was the only person who ever commented on Cooper's loose skin, until we did get one of the FBI files recently, a year ago. We have Spreckle commenting on a passenger or a photo of a suspect who had the same sort of loose skin that Cooper had. Sadly, I think that suspect's name is redacted, so we can't go look up his pictures, which sucks. But yeah, there's the Spreckle sketch. And I am really proud of my Spreckle animation for sure. I like that I've got that in there for my next video about the sketches. Okay. Does Mac still blame the driver who slammed into his car? Yeah. Not a fan of that guy. And that guy doesn't live far from Mac, actually. David Hanley is that guy's name. He's still alive. And he lives, I told Mac, I said, because I looked up this guy to see if he was still alive. And I saw where he lived. And I was like, oh, shoot, Mac, that dude lives like 20 minutes from you. Loose facial, oops. Who is Mac's Cooper suspect? Mac likes who? Mac, I feel like Mac has said good things about Skip Hall before. I don't know. I mean, I have discussed suspects with Mac before a little bit. I mean, Mac keeps up with the Vortex. Mac's got my book. I mean, Mac's, Did any other witnesses other than Tina Mucklow and Dennis Lisney offer a description of Cooper's voice? Yeah. I feel like, let me check on that. I feel like Flo said that I think Flo is the one who said he had a low voice, I think. Let's see what Flo says. Okay. It says, she said that the man had no mustache or beard and he spoke in a normal, calm voice. So yeah, the low voice is I guess that's a Tina thing. She said he spoke in a normal, calm voice. So yeah, there's that. Okay. Can we agree it's none of the current suspects? No. I mean, probably not, but I mean, they suspected Mac was Cooper. They did very briefly. They did kind of rough Mac up. He got his ass kicked, he said, by the FBI in Detroit because they thought he was Cooper. Because he does have connections with Seattle. His brother lived out there, and and again, if you were operating under the assumption, as many of them were, who didn't follow the case, that this is a sketch of the hijacker, you're going to think that guy is like 30 years old. So sure. But that doesn't show the details of his face, right? That's the problem with that sketch is, this is the same guy, but a sketch can only show so much lines and age, right? So, yeah. Was there anything about Cooper that suggests that he altered his appearance? No. Two of the stewardesses mentioned wearing wigs. They're like, we have Flo and Alice saying that they wore wigs and they recognize people who wear wigs and they didn't think Cooper was wearing a wig. That's the only altering of anything. I think Cooper's disguise was not being disguised in a way. Does that make sense? Like his disguise was, I think I've got that, I think I've got that. Yeah, I said, I was talking about, I say, yet extortionist hijackers like Cooper held more in common with bank robbers than the type of men the FAA's profile was designed to catch. But unlike their bank robbing kinsmen who used masks to hide their identity, the best disguise for this new breed of hijacker was to appear utterly unremarkable. This disguise of anonymity was precisely what made profiling Cooper so difficult for the FBI. He definitely maintained this disguise throughout the hijacking, seldom revealing anything that would allow investigators to create any sort of profile or glean any insight into his background. And this is the way it is with all suspects. With so little known about his identity, Cooper essentially became a blank canvas upon which anybody could paint a profile. This ambiguity led to the FBI being flooded with tips relating to suspects from every conceivable background. So, yeah, Cooper's disguise was his non-disguise in a way. He could have dyed his hair. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe. We do have a couple people saying he had no gray in his hair, like specifically saying his hair was black. Bill Mitchell did not like his hair. Bill Mitchell said his hair was greasy black and just didn't, which is weird. Like we've got two, like really, that might be honestly, if I was thinking about disparities between witness descriptions. Okay. So, I mean, again, our witness descriptions are going to paint somebody essentially like Bing. Okay. All right. I mean, that's what we got. I mean, the witness descriptions say a long face, narrow nose, weird lower lip, these lines on the side of his face. But the one area where they seem to disagree is his hair. We've got, I think, Alice and Hal Williams and Gregory saying his hair was wavy, had wave in it, kink. Gregory says marcelled. It's like, it was kind of like a greasy wave. Think of like Richard Nixon. That's marcelled hair. Whereas Tina says that Cooper's hair had no wave or kink in it. And so Bing actually has a little bit of that, and they got away from it. If you look at the two sketches, so like, and I'm going to discuss this in detail in my sketch video coming up soon, which is going to make the people who have suspects who look like Comp B really, really mad. And like I said, I'm not trying to shit on your suspect by picking Comp A as being good. I just, my personal opinion, I have no dog in this hunt, but I think Comp A's, the better one because it's more recent. But so let's look at where we went. We jumped from Bing to Comp B all of a sudden to the hoodlum, right? We go from this guy to this dude. All right. So how the hell does that happen? But look at his hair, right? So if you look at Bing's hair, he does have a little kind of, it looks like it has a bit of wave in it, doesn't it? But then Tina's like, Cooper's hair had no wave or kink in it. So they go back to this greasy, I think somebody called it a bank teller's haircut, the hoodlum hair. So absolutely, Jackman, 100%. The only way to approach this case is to have no suspects. If you come into this case with a suspect and then try to learn, doesn't work because you're already biased, essentially. You're already like filtering things out you don't want to believe in or overemphasizing things that help your suspect, right? So yeah, that's a great, I'm going to give you a star there. That's absolutely right. It's best to not come in with a suspect. I mean, you can come up with a suspect if you're willing to leave that suspect and say, okay, well, I've changed my mind because of this or that. Yes, an aviation YouTube channel. Yeah, I mean, that man knows nothing. I guess that might be what. Oh, Mrs. Sleuth is probably going, calm down. That might be the thing about Grider that really grinds my gears. Hudla. is how little he knows about the case. Like if Grider was like, I don't know. I mean, Drew Beeson knows the case very well. Okay. Drew Beeson is a suspect. Flyjack obviously knows the case very well. He's a suspect. Dave Feudman knows the case very well. He's a suspect guy. If it was those guys know the case, but Grider does not know the case at all. And yet he proclaims himself as an expert and just says things. I mean, like maybe the stupidest thing he's ever said. Well, other than thumping his chest, bragging that the FBI gave back the phony parachute. They returned the parachute to me. Like, what is his major malfunction in his brain? That everybody who ever sees, who's paying attention, when they see him admit, they returned the parachute to me, they're going, well, then it ain't the parachute. Clearly, like, because the FBI are going to validate Cooper's parachute and then return it to Dan Grider, the holy relic of FBI evidence. Yeah, sure, Dan, have it back. But the goofiest thing he said was when he got pissed at me. It was in the interview where he ambushed me like a punk. I was trying to be fair, and everyone told me, do not go on Dan's show. He's a snake. And I said, well, he's never been a snake to me. I don't know the guy. I'll give everybody one shot. Being ADD, I'm sorry. Raider, you're saying if the backpack did not have the attachment rings, how would Cooper attach the training parachute? He tied it to himself. Same way he tied the money to himself. He had 100 feet. He had 100 foot of parachute line. Probably tied it to himself. But anyway, so Grider though, when he ambushed me, he was like, I have the parachute, blah, blah, blah. I said, that parachute has no D-ring. I said, Dan, the parachute has D-rings on it. He's like, oh, he goes, are you a skydiver? I'm like, no, I didn't fight in World War II either, but I can tell you about it. You know, like I know these things. So he knew he had to like work around the D-ring thing, that his phony parachute has D-rings. And so remember those who watched my show, he goes on and says, the D-rings, let's discuss D-rings. He's talking about that Cooper was bitching about the D-rings because the money bag didn't have D-rings. What? Like that? Yeah. The man says he wasn't complaining about the parachute having no D-rings. He was complaining that the money bag didn't have D-rings to hook to himself. Oh my God. He does grides my gears. God almighty, that guy. But I mean, like, look, just Google Dan Grider. Okay. I mean, the guy is not scrupulous. I mean, look at what he does. His entire channel is second guessing dead people. That's all it is. That's literally his channel is, I know more than pilots who died in plane crashes. So I'm going to tell you where they went wrong and what they should have done right. Yet he nearly dies in a plane crash himself. That would have been ironic. He almost did die in a plane crash, like 2 years ago. And I think that was his decline. I think he really he wasn't always like this. I think something happened to him there. He hit his head or something. I don't know. I know, Cube. Blood pressure. Calm down. We found DB. No, Knowles fan 96. Knowles fan 96. Are you on Rivals? Are you on Knowles fan? Are you one of the guys from the website Rivals that I talked to? I'm not sure. Share your favorite Cooper dream. I've actually never dreamt about Cooper. And I don't dream a lot because I don't sleep a lot. Well, I don't remember my dreams because I don't sleep deep enough to remember my dreams. But I've never had a Cooper dream. No, you would think I would. Okay, Noel Span. All right. Anyways, no, I've never had a dream about Cooper. I mean, I'm sure I have, but not that I remembered. Please share your favorite Cooper. Oh, wait, all right, answer that. What comes first to solve the case? Time travel or finding the hair slide? Look, that hair slide exists somewhere. It has to. We need if anybody's listening, we need a contact within the FBI in Vegas. We just need somebody with an insight into somebody in the Vegas FBI office to ask them some things. Because that's got to be somewhere. Although they may have found the damn thing, right? Because my FOIA for the hair slide, I told the FBI what the actual evidence sticker is on the hair slide. I said, this is what it says. Go look for it. And they said they would, and then they canceled my FOIA. I've never had a FOIA closed after they said they were going to look for something without an explanation. Normally they'll say unresponsive records found or something like that, but nope, closed. They never told me about it. And again, they have no obligation to tell me they found the hair slide if they did. Now, what are they going to do with it? Maybe nothing. I mean, if you were watching my show a couple weeks ago, Chris Cunningham was talking about how they've got the one of the police departments out in California has the Zodiac killer envelope that he sent one of his letters in, and they got DNA off of it enough to know that it was a female. And my God, I mean, all you have to do, police department, is give that DNA to Colin Fitzpatrick or somebody, and they'll throw it into GEDmatch, and you can find out who this woman was, whether she was, and then you can find out whether her dad or husband or brother or something, The problem, I guess, they might be concerned with is kind of like why they don't release things in the FBI files, because somebody's probably still alive. So yeah, that person might still be alive who, licked it. But again, I think the utility of solving a murder, multiple serial killer, outweighs that person's privacy concern. And hey, they're the one who licked the envelope from the Zodiac killer, so be it. Put a passenger under hypnosis. Bill Mitchell has volunteered to be hypnotized. He has. So if anybody wants to go hypnotize Bill, he'll do it. Max says, I hope to have a dream about Cooper and his spirit will talk to me and he can give me his name. Well, Bruce Smith did a remote viewing dream with, and he remember he met Ted Braden in his dream, right? And Ted Braden said, I'm not Cooper, but Cooper's name is Charles Barkley. I'm glad that Bruce was honest and put that in his book, because that's the name that from the grave Ted Braden gave to DB Cooper, or gave to Bruce Smith, was Charles Barkley. You're wrong. Oh, Lionheart, you're wrong on that. It says, I don't understand why Cooper never came forward before he died due to old age. Statute of limitations was expired, so that there would have been no recourse. No, that's wrong. They got a John Doe indictment. There is no statute of limitations on Cooper. The day that the statute of limitations was going to toll, a grand jury was actually in session in Portland, and Himmelsbach went and got a John Doe indictment. And you can look at it here. I think I've got maybe I'll be able to pull it up for you guys. You can kind of see the John Doe indictment. This is what stink. The only thing I hate about StreamYard, this service, it only lets me upload like 50 pictures at a time. That's why I'm always having to do this nonsense of going back and forth, back and forth. I have to like delete photos and add them. It's like I just want all my pictures so I can show you guys these things without having to waste time on this stuff. Let me find that. I do want to show you guys what the indictment, because again, it's very vague. The Cooper indictment is basically much of nothing. me find it. But it was Himmelsbach. I mean, that is, Himmelsbach, Himmelsbach did do some things, for the case. I'll read the indictment for those who are listening when I get it pulled up here. So now Himmelsbach didn't do a lot of good for the case, in my opinion, but I guess he did enough. I mean, he did get the indictment. So yeah, Cooper. I mean, that was a real threat. I mean, Cooper could have just come forward if it wasn't for Himmelsbach doing all this. All right, here we go. John Doe indictment. And now John Doe indictments as a defense attorney. Not a fan. They are rare. But I'm not a fan, because I mean, I don't know. That's a legal discussion I could go on for a long time about. Here it is. A part of it. He just says, on or about the 24th day of November, 1971, in the District of Oregon, John Doe, also known as Dan Cooper, a male Caucasian, age mid-40s, height 5'10" to 6 foot tall, weight 170 to 180, physical build average to well built, complexion olive, medium smooth, hair dark brown or black, parted on left, comb back, of greasy appearance, sideburns at low ear level, eyes brown or dark, voice low without any particular accent, using an intelligent vocabulary, and a heavy smoker of cigarettes, did knowingly commit aircraft piracy. So you had to throw in the greasy hair in there, didn't you, Ralph? Ralph just had to throw in the greasy hair.
Ralph.
All right. How is Bruce? And when will he be back on? I'm trying to get Bruce to move out to where my parents live in Crestone, Colorado. Real hippie community. In fact, you can be burned there. So there's some trivia where my parents are old hippies, okay? Like flower children and stuff, okay? Legitimate hippies. I grew up as a hippie kid, I would say. Crestone, though, where they live, is the only place in America where they have a funeral pyre. Like, literally, so like if you're a member of their town and you die, they have a funeral pyre, like Vikings or something, right? They burn you in the open, and all the community members like come there and they sing Kumbaya as your body burns away. I think Bruce liked that. Bruce liked that idea of having being burned in public. So when my parents pass away, that's what I will be going to a funeral pyre funeral. So one day. No, not really. I did not grow up watching the Partridge Family. I was not allowed when I was a kid. I watched cartoons, but if it wasn't a cartoon, I was only allowed to watch the Discovery Channel, the History Channel, the Learning Channel, back when it was not, 600-pound obese people falling down. Woo! Back when it's actually stuff. I was only allowed to watch educational things. So maybe that's why I'm such a dork. Have I ever done investigations for my law office? Yeah, a little bit. I've done some things to help people out. What about Hee Haw? My grandma watches the old episodes on YouTube. Hee Haw. I did watch Star Trek. Yes. But that Star Trek's educational, right? So it's science fiction. That's not crap. Can you create an AI Raleigh cigarettes commercial with Cooper? Now that would be funny. I like that. Don't even get me started, Philly fan. Does it bother you that a lot of people think this case was solved? I've seen YouTubers with millions of subs saying it was solved because of the parachute lie. Yes, every single day. And that is not hyperbole. Every single day. I get a comment at least one, some commenter on one of my videos, this was solved. What do you know about this? And yeah, every day, every damn time. The Anglin brothers Alcatraz escape produces the same fascination as Coop. Now that, I mean, I would say that's done, right? They lived. I mean, there's a photograph of those guys in Brazil. I mean, that's not AI. That's them. I mean, how could it not be? I mean, it's just like a photograph of anybody else. Let's see. Yeah, lots of mysteries out there. I may start. I'm not gonna like branch out or anything, but like I would like to have Drew Beeson come on my show and talk about the Yuba County Five. That's a really cool case. He wrote a book about that. I'd love to hear about that. Mrs. Sleuth is into. She's more into mysteries than I am. She's into Irvine Mallory stuff. She's into this. There's a new mystery kind of like the Asdal woman. I don't know if you know about that one. Yeah, Ms. Colombo. There's the Asdal woman. She got angry the other day when I suggested that the Dyatlov Pass mystery has been solved. I said, I think it might have been this ice shelf thing. He's like, no. She goes, no, it wasn't solved. So I get I'm the dummy saying, this has been solved. And she's like, no, it wasn't. So I don't know, man. That photograph of the Anglins, I don't know, man. That's them. Yeah, the Asdal woman though, like that. I think that woman must have been like a Soviet or like a spy or something, or something. I don't know. Maybe she was running from Russian drug lords. I mean, somebody burned her alive because there was no method. There was no way of, she was found burned, and there was no method of her lighting herself on fire found near her, which you would think there would be. I've messaged one of Braden's teammates, Jim Hedrick. Yeah, he's still around. Sounds like a happy marriage. Has Larry Carr ever shared his favorite suspect? He does not have one. Larry, okay. Yeah, I'll take that back. Larry, at least in private Larry does think Cooper died still. And he thinks he is interested in Lee Seller. Lee's problem is his eyes. Lee's eyes look a little too Asian to me. Because the problem is it's just hard to know what Cooper's eyes looked like, right? Because our witnesses for Cooper's eyes are not great. They're just not. So it's kind of hard to do that. But Lee, yeah, he likes Lee. For those who don't know Lee Seller goes missing in 1971. Canadian pilot. Had connections to mobsters probably. He drops his kids off at his mom's house in Seattle or something and is never seen again. He was 49 at the time, heavy smoker, about 5'11". Wore suits a lot. Wore skinny ties. Like I said, he'd been a pilot in World War II, so he had some aviation knowledge. There's a bunch of other things about Lee Seller that I'm kind of forgetting right now, but not bad. And so Larry's intrigued because Lee was never seen again. Did he run away with his mistress? No. Lee had 3 wives die under him. Not that he killed them, but Lee was a single father at a time of teenagers, at a time when being a single father was not a thing that happened much. Okay. I wonder if Cooper still had a cigarette in his mouth when he bailed out. I don't think so. It is interesting. I mean, maybe he smoked one last cigarette, and flicked it out the back of the plane. What's the main hotel for CooperCon 26? Don't know. Probably the same place we looks too young. Well, I mean, that's a World War II photograph. That's why he looks young. He's a kid. let's see. Do I have any other? Yeah, Lee's eyes don't look right. I mean, there are other photographs of Lee Seller, and his eyes look a little too Asian to me. I don't know why he's not Asian. So maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing things. All right. The movie Frozen helped solve the Dyatlov Pass. There we go. Dyatlov Pass. Yep. That's what got me in trouble with the Mrs. The sheet avalanche is exactly what I said, and she disagrees, but that's her thought. What was the main hotel for CooperCon 26 for 25? I don't remember. I should remember. It's probably on I think it's the Hilton in Vancouver, I think. DB Cooper Conference. I'm going to check my own website. dbcooperconference.com. Yeah, the Hilton in Vancouver. Nice place. Nice place. I mean, walking distance to the venue, which is just amazing. Wonderful. CooperCon, baby. Y'all come. Yes. Thank you, Mary Johns. The epicanthic fold, otherwise racially known as the they call it like the mongoloid fold, or I forget what there's a Mongolian term for it. I forget what they actually call it, but yeah, I agree. I like that too. I like the ice sheet theory for Dyatlov. I really do. How does Larry explain the Tina Barr money? He doesn't. That's just it. I do have Larry. I do get Larry on that. I'm like, well, Tina Barr. Is Miss Colombo giving us a cameo or what? One day she will. She's camera shy, but no, she knows more about mysteries than I do. That's for sure. She's actually, I would say she's actually, and this is no BS. She is probably one of the world's leading experts on Agatha Christie. Like the museums, the Agatha Christie Museum, they contact her for questions. So, big into mysteries. I guess she grew up on that stuff. So I think Isdal is solvable through DNA. It will one day be solved like Somerton Man. I think so too. Yeah, I agree. Does Larry still think Cooper was a kicker? Yeah. Yep. And Larry is still a no-pull guy. Again, a no-pull Cooper, right? A no-pull Cooper is going to end up on the ground somewhere dead, right? And so how in the world do you square that? Right? How do you square a how do you square that with Tina Barr? I mean, again, as my video showed, basically you kind of have to have a scenario where some dude just comes across Cooper's body, like this, just like that. I mean, some guy comes across Cooper's body laying there, probably in a worse condition than that for sure. And then that guy, rips the parachute off, or rips the money off of Cooper, and that's that, right? So I don't buy that. If you find a guy dead with $200,000, you cover him up and take the money easy. I mean, it depends, right? Max Money, Lowell Elliott was the guy's name. A soybean farmer was doing his soybeans that day, and found $500,000 in a leather satchel and returned it. Mac laughs his ass off. He said he laughed and laughed and laughed. Mac was actually hiding in that town in a hotel at the time, watching TV, watching his own hijacking or watching him being searched for. He said he couldn't believe. He said, that son of a bitch found $5,000 and turned it in. Couldn't believe it. Yeah, I agree. Nobody no pulls. In fact, there's like, I want to say somebody's done research on that. And like, it is basically non-existent, no pulls. Either they're suicides, or they are, have a heart attack or something like that. It's just really rare. Ryan, what do you think of this theory that Cooper could have been shot and killed by some rancher who thought he was a cattle rustler, buried the body and kept the money? It's possible. I mean, we have a couple of cases where people were calling the cops saying that there's one old timer famously who said that somebody was trying to get in his house near Woodland on the night of the hijacking. Jess, his name was Jess, wasn't it? Mary John's friend is that guy's name. Jess something. He said, oh, if that knob had turned one more time, I would have blasted him. So how long would the jump have been to the ground? Well, if he didn't pull the parachute, not long, with under a minute. If he I think if he pulls immediately, I feel like the thought is about roughly 10 minutes. I think he'd be under his canopy about 10 minutes. I think. But yeah, no pulls are just, yeah, no pulls. I just don't buy it. A cattle rustler, Billy the Kid, regulators mount up, man. If Cooper was 40 and 71, he'd be 95 today. He's dead. Although, and I can show his photograph because, we do have a suspect who eventually is going to be, his details were released on the Facebook group, not his name. I know his name because I helped the guy investigate. If people contact me all the time to help investigate. Oh my God. There he is. So there was an Air America pilot who was a bit dodgy at the time from the area. And he only died 2 years ago and he was like 95 and he was a heavy smoker, apparently. This is him. It's me putting glasses on him, but bad photo, but that's him. I can't say his name, but that's the guy that this other person I was working with who believes he was Cooper. And he's got some things in his favor. He was in the problem. This guy was a 727 pilot, and I just Cooper. I don't buy that Cooper was a 727 pilot. He would have known that the plane had no chance of reaching Mexico City under those conditions. And also, a 727 pilot knows how to lower the stairs. I mean, they transport those planes without stewardesses all the time. I mean, there's no epidemic of 727 pilots being trapped in their planes. Okay, so Cooper, I think if he was a pilot of a 727, he would have known this stuff. All right. Yeah, I mean, there is a resemblance. It does look insanely close. I know, he does. He's decent. I mean, the head, yeah, that's about as close as you can get to the sketch, at least. Pretty damn good. There you go. Yeah, I agree. It is. Yeah, I'll go back to him again. I'm sorry, but his nose is the best. Cooper, it's the best nose I've seen on a Cooper suspect that could match Bing's little bitty weird nose. Which again, people, Roy Rose did not pull that nose out of his ass. Our stewardesses are there sitting with Roy Rose when he draws that nose, and they approved of it 2 days after the hijacking. So, I mean, I'm sorry if your suspect has a bigger nose, probably not Cooper. Just saying. I mean, I'm sorry if your suspect. You think Burnworth's a better resemblance? Yeah, maybe. I mean, Burnworth's pretty freaking good. I did an update on Burnworth's photo too. I'll show you what his updated. Oh hell, it's too big. What do you mean that picture is too big? Man, that stinks. I have to do all this crap. But yeah, Burnworth though, I think my favorite thing about Burnworth is that he looked so much like the sketch, apparently, that he thought his wife was trying to frame him by hiring a lookalike. She's like, my wife is framing me. She hired, because they were going through a divorce, and his wife was the daughter of a mob boss. And so they were going through a messy divorce and custody disputes and all this other stuff. And so he said, my wife's trying to frame me by hiring someone who looks like the sketch. All right, let's see. And there's that. And another one I'll show you guys. I'll do it today. How about that? I will show you guys Orville Lyons. I think Orville Lyons isn't Cooper. I thought there was a chance for a while that maybe that he could have had something going for him. But I don't see it. Sorry, people. Bear with me. Bear with me. So, Burnworth. Sorry. Got distracted. ADHD night. I hope y'all hang out with me. There we go. Okay, Don Burnworth. The guy who thought his wife hired a lookalike. There you go. There's Don Burnworth. Who, by the way, the stewardess said this guy here in this photo here. The stewardess said, what'd they say about him? Where's the Burnworth thing? They said that Don Burnworth, there we go. Tina Mucklow says Burnworth is younger looking and more handsome than the hijacker. Flo says Burnworth, too young looking and too good looking. Robert Gregory says he likes the nose, the jawline. Spreckle says if Burnworth was 10 years older, there'd be a good resemblance there. So, because Spreckle pegged Cooper as being about 50. So, and here's a modern update of Burnworth, by the way, if you were interested in a modern version of that picture there. That's kind of what it looks like. Doesn't have much of a lip, though. That's kind of one thing that's missing. Lionheart saying, are you going to do a video on the guy you showed before as a suspect? Yeah. Well, yeah, that guy eventually is going to come on my show and tell you all about that guy. All right. So this is a photograph. This is a bit of a de-aged. The photograph that I got of Lyons is he's older when they get him in 84. But I subtracted, I said, subtract 15 years or so from him. And this is what you get with Lyons. Just not a fan of that nose. Lip is weird looking, but head shape's right. But that nose is too big. It's too big. Yeah. I was gonna say maybe his nose grew a little bit when he got older, but Lyons, I think that I'm kind of believing that the reason that Lyons also had blue eyes too. I think that Lyons famously, right? I mean, the reason why Lyons is so interesting, usually it is, right, is because when they find him in 1984 and the FBI go up to him and say, "Hi, we're with the FBI," he says, "Is this about the hijacking?" So he brought up the Cooper hijacking before the FBI did when they interviewed him, and which is just what? How would you know? I mean, he's working at a hotel or a motel as a handyman in Mississippi of all places, and 84, they're like, "Hey," but I think that maybe he was telling tall tales to people in the town, right? And so he thought that they, turned him in, and he was like, "Oh, yeah, I guess you guys are asking me about the hijack." I don't know, whatever. But he denied it. He did. I think he lies to them though. He says he's like never been in a plane or something, and like he was a smoke jumper. So I don't know about all that. That's what I think. Yeah, I mean, your nose. Yeah, I agree. Your nose does grow throughout your life, but not from being nose to that nose. I agree. It's a little too big. I'll show you the Lyons photograph too that's based on. So the FBI, they go and interview Lyons in 84. I mean, they were really interested in Orville Lyons. I'll tell you that. I mean, they took his hair. That's the last time the hair was compared. His palm prints. They took everything. And I think that, I mean, they said they were going to show the photos to the stewardesses. And now in 76, they put out a thing saying, we're not going to show suspect photos to the stewardesses because it's been so long, unless there's no other way to rule out somebody. And it says that there's no follow-up, but it says show the photograph to the stewardesses. So, but yeah, here's I FOIA'd for these photographs. So these are the photographs that I FOIA'd for of Lyons. I guess this is what. So these are the pictures that the FBI took of him when they interviewed him. There he is, old Pap looking fellow there, doesn't he? Orville Lyons was in the Marine Corps. Probably my proudest moment in the Cooper case is finding Orville Lyons, finding who he was. Right, that was a whole story. I found out his name, and I sent to the FBI. I said, "Hey, I think you're redacting this guy who's dead. I think this is this guy's name beneath the redaction. You can stop redacting him." But yeah, there he is. That's Orville Lyons. Yeah, Lyons does look rough. It is weird though that like he says he worked for Raleigh Products. Like he's like, "Oh, I work for Raleigh." Like if you read Lyons as 302s, that's what I'm gonna do. I need to put Lyons up on my website. I forgot to add him. But yeah, it's interesting. The cool thing about Lyons though is that you actually very rarely do you actually see that the FBI guys hand wrote these notes on 302. Their 302s were handwritten and stuff. Very rarely do you see those in the files. And on the Lyons investigation folder, we have their handwritten files. What my holy, I would say, I tell you what my holy grail is going to be. One of the holy grails for me is finding the actual original notes that they wrote during the interviews with like Tina and Flo and them, right? Because there seems to be some stuff that's lost in translation every now and then in the handwritten notes, right? That become 302s. So I'd like to see the originals. And I've asked Larry, I said, "Larry, do these exist?" And he was like, "I think so." So there's that. Would be cool. And Bill Mitchell's side profile sketch that he drew and gave to the FBI. Why are the interviews not recorded? I can speculate why the FBI don't want things recorded. It goes both ways. But they don't record. In fact, They only audio. They do have to audio record interviews during murder cases. So like the Supreme Court, I mean, that was a thing. I mean, this was a lawsuit. I mean, because people were like, hey, I was convicted because of testimony in a 302. I didn't say that or whatever, right? So I mean, you think it would benefit you to record things, but they didn't. I asked Larry that. Larry says the reason is that this is the FBI reason, right? Is that it makes people more comfortable to know that they're not being audio recorded. And they think they can get more information from people if it's not audio recorded, which I'm like, I don't buy that at all. Did lions have massive ears? Yeah, I think so. I think lions' ears are a problem. I think there's another photograph of lions when he was younger. But yeah, those ears don't. I mean, the one thing I'll say though is that ears, if you do look at the actual look at the actual charts that. I mean, there's a book that's on archive.org, really helpful book for my book, but it talks about like the reliability of eyewitnesses and about what they get right and wrong. And like something like, 80%, actually, I'm going to pull that up. Ears though, I don't think ears is on this chart. I'm going to show you guys, but ears is like the last thing people notice, unless it's like McCoy or something like Dumbo. I mean, you got to be like, oh my God. Dwayne Weber, y'all, look at Dwayne Weber's modern photograph. I mean, this is gonna knock your butts off. That dude, Yoda. I mean, he was so mean to Joe, and he had somebody who loved him. This guy with Dumbo ears, even Dumbo ears, found somebody to love him, and he was mean to her. Because of course he was. He's a douchebag. I don't know if y'all have heard the audio from Dwayne Weber cussing at Joe. It's not pleasant. It's ugly. Not a fan of it. All right. Dumbo ears. Where's Dumbo? Yeah, here's that prison photograph of Dwayne modernized. Look at that dude. Yoda. Yoda, Yoda. Met the little Weber shoplifting Kool-Aid at Piggly Wiggly. Yes, Weber who shoplifted Kool-Aid at Piggly Wiggly. And then flapped his ears and flew away. That was his escape. He didn't need a parachute, did he? He could wiggle his ears like alfalfa and fly with those things. Yes, you're right. Bill Mitchell said, I would not have missed those ears. Because remember, Bill is looking for things to make fun of on Cooper. And yeah. Walter Recca's nose. Yeah. I think like that'd be a funny thing to like. Yes, ears do look bigger with shorter hair, sure, but not like that, of course. Who was Dwayne Weber? Cheer Mommy. Go watch any documentary on Cooper. I mean, he's always listed. If you watch the best documentary on Cooper is the HBO one. Cheer Mommy, if you have HBO, go watch The Mystery of D.B. Cooper. That's probably, people ask me all the time, what Cooper thing to watch? And I'm always like, well, my channel, of course. Although I have been told, and I probably will. Somebody was like, Ryan, you need to do like a overview of the Cooper case, like from 100 feet, 100 miles above, right? Like do like a video that's just like the facts of the hijacking, and, easy to digest. I think, forget who asked me that, but yeah, no, which one was he? He's the one whose wife was, Joe was, vehement that he said on his death. He's a deathbed confessor, Dwayne Weber. Actually, Cheer Mommy, when we're done with this, go watch my video, Who Were the FBI's Suspects? And Dwayne Weber they did put a lot of energy. They did put a lot of energy into Dwayne. The FBI did. They got his DNA and all kinds of things. Because deathbed confessions are actually really rare. And that is, Darren does say, Darren is only repeating what the media said. When the media is like, there were dozens of deathbed confessions. Not true. Only two in the FBI files. Weber, allegedly. And then a guy named Arthur Durham, who definitely would have confessed on his deathbed because he was a piece of crap. But part of me wonders if Joe was mentally ill or something. I just wonder if Dwayne even said that. I am Dan Cooper. But I don't know. Joe, it's weird though, because I mean, Joe spent 25 years of her life, or 20 years of her life doing this crap. Bothering. I mean, she went and met with Tina and Bill, and I mean, she was a relentless lady. And I talked to her on the phone one time, and she called me at my office when I was a prosecutor, and Ryan, I was like, oh, I know that voice. Hello, Joe. Yeah, Joe famously Forrest Gumped Dwayne. Okay, Joe was famously Dwayne is the Forrest Gump of the Cooper case. I mean, he is everywhere. Like so Joe posted on the Drop Zone, like religiously. I guess she lived on the Drop Zone for him. And like anything that would come up, oh, well, Dwayne said, like, it was sort of like, I used to make jokes about like, if DB Cooper had been swallowed by a whale or something, allegedly, she would go, Dwayne told me one time we were watching TV and there was a whale on there. And Dwayne said, I was swallowed by a whale one time. I said, Dwayne, no, you weren't swallowed by a whale. I was swallowed by a whale. Like, it's always things like that. Or like if Joe had still been around during the Rim Crew thing, Dwayne told me he swept the floors at a titanium facility. I said, Dwayne, you didn't sweep the floors at a titanium facility? Yeah, I did. Like everything. I mean, like literally everything. He was there. Like it just doesn't matter. Any theory, even like crazy theories, like, I don't know, if somebody was discussing the Western flight path or something on the Drop Zone. Oh, well, Dwayne said that. I said, Dwayne, you didn't do that. It's always something like that. Is anyone else like her on another suspect besides Grider and McCoy? Lisa Story with freaking Shrek. You're awake early enough. Macker, where you from, dude? If you're just waking up. Rekka though. Now Rekka, I mean, like, I should do a thing on like features that suspect features that just eliminate you post haste immediately. I mean, look at Rekka's nose, people. I mean, look at that nose. I mean, we've got Flo saying that Cooper's, that McCoy's nose was broader than Cooper's. Look at that Shrek nose. Like he's an ogre, Rekka. I mean, could any suspect, I honestly wonder this. Could any suspect look less like Cooper than Walter Rekka? That's uncanny, isn't it? I mean, my God, it's the same guy. It's like I'm looking at the same people. I couldn't believe it. How is this? How is the sketch that good? It looks just like Rekka. Like what? And the problem with the Rekka people is how insulting they are to us. I've got that book on the shelf up there, Better Dead Than Poor, the Walter Rekka. This guy's got 3 books written about him. 3. And the bastard said he jumped over Cle Elum, 150 miles away from where the plane ever was. I mean, it is. Oh, you're in the Netherlands. Netherlands. Cheer Mommy says, I like more like Bing than he does. Yeah. Rekka. Which suspect was most liked by Tina? I don't know. Flo, though. Flo is Sweet Flo liked everybody. I mean, she says Donald Sylvester Murphy looks just like Cooper. Then she says Kofelt looks just like Cooper. Then she says LD Cooper looks just like him. Yeah, Flo liked them all. Cubs lose. Yeah. You're a funny guy. Flo liked them all. Is Flo still alive? Yeah, all the ladies are still alive. Yep, they're all around. Flo and her AI lip. You know, no, that was just goofy. I just couldn't get the stupid thing to do the lip right. Stick your lips out, girls. Like the number of times I've tried to get them to do their lip. AI does not get a pouty lip. It just doesn't understand what I'm trying to tell it. It's got its limitations there. Rekka was Special Forces pararescue. He was. And I mean, why wasn't that enough service? Why did he have to lie about being in the CIA and everything else? Just nonsense. Nonsense. Let's see. You should get Mini Cooper a Tina. He looks lonely. I almost bought. It was too expensive. There is on eBay. There have been. Northwest Orient back then would give these little stewardess dolls to like little girls, I guess. Why aren't they giving the pilot dolls to the girls? They would say now, of course, but like they gave the little dolls to the girls. And so there are, do you think LD can be considered a credible suspect? Other than resemblance, there's nothing there. Not really, but he's better than he was. Because we did find this last year, and I remember I messaged Marla Cooper about it. I was like, hey, Marla, I said, you won't believe this. LD is actually in the 302s. LD shows up in like December of 71 in the 302s. So he was investigated early on, and it turns out that his mom said that he had just gotten out of the VA mental hospital in like October of 71 in Portland. So, I mean, so LD's wife overdosed intentionally. Certain words I can't say on YouTube apparently, but so you get the point. But LD's wife overdosed herself, I guess, earlier that year. So he had a really bad 71. So, I mean, it's better than he was, knowing that he did have mental problems in 71. And was despondent and all this other stuff. So, can the Tina Bar money be the bundle of cash that he took out? Possibly. I mean, yeah, it could have been. Ryan, do you still thank Rekka for his service? I guess. I mean, I don't thank everybody for their service, but sure. Does having the real name Cooper help or hurt a suspect chances? Well, what's weird about that is in that 302s, they mentioned some aliases that LD went by, and he did use the last name Cooper for his aliases. So, I mean, he couldn't just use Smith. Dwayne said he used the name Cooper all the time. I said, Dwayne, why would you call yourself Cooper? Shut up, woman. Did the pilots or flight attendants of the flight experience any odd things that might indicate Cooper visiting them? Good question. Flo was really scared. Yes, Flo said that a guy came up to her. Flo said a guy followed her around for a while. in the airports. Which remember, Flo would have been working for Frontier around that time, right? So, but yeah, Flo said that some people were following her around the airports in '72. I had this animation to show how Flo would have looked at the time. Flo would have, because basically all these FBI agents, they had to stop the girls in the airports to show them the sketches and things. So, you've got Flo wearing her Frontier Airlines outfit. And I got something to show you. She's like, oh, but so Flo was working for Frontier. Flo moved to Denver very soon after the hijacking, so she wasn't around too much. But Tina was still wearing her Northwest garb every time that she was stopped in the airports, as you can see in my little animation here. So I love their little hats, by the way. Northwest had these great hats, I love those little hats they had on. Them boots are made for walking. That's just what they'll do. But I don't know where I was going with that. Oh yeah, Flo. Flo said a guy followed her around, and like finally she confronted the guy, and the guy was like, Cooper was part of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Or no, he said Cooper was part of the Bay of Pigs. I don't know. Flo said that she used to like turn her car key slowly because she was afraid it was going to blow up. She said she would like check the shower, she would check under her bed, and like she would check the shower curtain and behind this. I mean, she was scared that because she was a primary witness to this guy. I mean, Cooper did a number on Flo. Flo, not a fan of the dude for sure. At all. Did Flo tell the FBI about being followed? No, I've not seen that. We do have Tina though commenting that one of the weirdest things. I need to find that. Cheer mommy, I can't tell you these things. They're secrets. Let's see. Do I have there's a really weird thing with Tina where I wonder if I have that where Tina basically here we go. The creep. Yeah. The creep. Not a different guy. Lots of creeps. There were several creeps with Tina, but there's one where I don't have it. Anyway, I'll just tell you about it. So Tina tells the FBI, she says, hey, a guy called me last night. She said, my number's been called a few times. And I would answer, and then the guy would hang up. And she said, finally, like the phone rang, and she talked to the guy. And it's so like innocent almost. She says, what do you want? She says, the guy says, what are you wearing? And she says, I told him pajamas. And then he says, well, take them off. And then she says, I hung up on him. But like the fact that Tina even responded to that, what are you wearing? Pajamas? Like, just hang up immediately, babe. Don't be talking to this guy. But I just love that she says pajamas. So yeah, there were people. What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm? Yes, it is like khakis. It is very much like the khakis commercial. Yeah. Did the FBI look at people who had been recently fired by Northwest Airlines? Yes, they did. They found a couple guys, but they weren't. They checked out. So they did. Yeah. That's in the files for sure. In fact, I may have that. It may have that. Yeah. All right. So let's see. I'll read this to you about that guy. Okay. Yeah. Let me see. Suspecting the hijacking might have been an inside job, Northwest Airlines launched an extensive internal investigation focusing on disgruntled current or former employees. They combed through personnel files of all male staff, pilots, and ground crew alike, flagging anyone who resembled the hijacker's description. Despite the thorough audit, the airline failed to identify any credible suspects. Ultimately, it wasn't Northwest's efforts that produced a lead, but rather a tip from the outside the company, pointing to a former employee named Glade Malinowski. A certified parachutist as well as a licensed pilot, Malinowski served as a flight crewman for Northwest Airlines from 52 to 63. Though originally from the Seattle area, he was living in Portland at the time of the hijacking. Malinowski's relationship with Northwest ended on a bitter note after he was demoted from first officer to second officer, an almost unheard of setback in the airline industry. Not long after he resigned, Northwest later told the FBI that he was not eligible for a rehire. And then, there's nothing more about Malinowski in the files. So that's about it. Those that don't know, Ryan is in his cell. He's doing time. Let's hope he gets out soon. I can leave at any time, by God. Could Cooper have been an agent to test the airlines? Nah. Gotta remember, the thing about that is that hijackings were a dime a dozen, right? There were over 100, I think it's 150. I think I counted. I actually found the Library of Congress's listing of hijackings. I believe from 68 to 72, I counted 152 airline hijackings of American planes, commercial planes, 152. So hijackings were not infrequent at all. So there was no need. I mean, Cooper is not special as far as he's special in that he's interested and that he's interesting and got away with it. But he was a hijacker like everybody else. So, and they didn't, people think Cooper changed airline security. He did not. It wasn't until another year later when the 3 Black Panthers hijacked the Southern Airways flight in Birmingham and then threatened to crash it into the Oak Ridge nuclear facility that Congress is like, oh, okay, we got people threatening to crash planes into buildings. That's when they increased airline security. And it wasn't Cooper at all. Cini failed in his attempt, and the agency wanted to check if it was feasible. I mean, I don't know about that. That's like a hijacking every other week. Look, there was a guy who was on back-to-back days hijackings of Cooper copycats. Okay, there was literally a guy who was on. There were two copycat hijackings back to back. What's his name? Francis Goodell. The Francis Goodell hijacking, copycat hijacking, and then the Bulgarian guys were on back-to-back days in San Francisco. And this guy was on both flights. Come on. Do I think Cooper was married? Nah. Divorced, probably. But I mean, a few of these guys were married. Not many. McCoy, obviously. Most weren't. The 70s was an incredible decade for crime. I mean, honestly, how did anybody get caught for anything in the old days? How? There's no video cameras, no just being sloppy and talking. I think that's the main thing. I mean, think about that. If you could be a serial killer. I mean, in the 60s, you could just say, I'm from Mississippi, right? I could just go, if I went up in the 60s, went and murdered somebody in Michigan and drove back, they would never in a million years catch me for that, ever. Because wherever I stopped, I could use fake names, I could pay with cash. I mean, there's just no way they would ever track you back then. So people talked. All the copycats that jumped had families, even Heinemann. Heinemann was estranged from his family. I've actually reached out to his kids and they didn't write back. I think Flyjack probably tried too. But now his kids are still alive, but their dad was known as like the weird guy in the neighborhood, sort of, when he was around, which wasn't much. There's some really, really, really good journalism on Heinemann done by the, I forgot what the paper's called, but in Allentown, PA, there's a pretty good paper there. And they interviewed all kinds of people about Heinemann, like neighbors, and his wife was blind, which if you've seen Heinemann makes sense maybe. Although I think she's partially blind. I don't think she's full blind, but she has one of the best quotes to the media when they're like, your husband did this hijacking. She goes, if you guys ever find out why he did it, please let me know. Because like, I don't know. You bet they could catch me, Evan Crow? I don't know, not in the 60s. I mean, look, if you drove up to Michigan in the 60s from Mississippi and just shot somebody and then drove away, random killing, like serial killers are, random killings. That's the thing. Most people who are killed by someone they know. That's why serial killers are unique, because they're not killing somebody they know. It's not indiscriminate. Or it is indiscriminate, I guess. What about the idea of Cooper being Canadian? We discussed this earlier in the show, but basically, good likelihood. I mean, not likely, but good. I mean, as good. I would say every bit as likely as Cooper being an American, him being a Canadian. I mean, no one asks for US dollars who's an American ever. Like, that is so bizarre to say I want US currency or I want it in American currency or American dollars. Like, who the hell says that? Canadians do, who live near the border, who have to differentiate between American dollars and US dollars. That's it. Like, no bank robber in the history of the world in America has walked into a bank and said, I want $200,000 in American currency in this bag right here, or else. You say I want $200,000. I want $200,000 bucks, $200,000 in cash. Could Cooper have been an Israeli agent? Don't think so. Don't think so. Again, Cooper being an agent, that's giving him too much credit. He's not. Cooper got lucky, I think. I mean, he made some mistakes for sure. I hope we find out. Yeah, if we can get the full audio. Well, I mean, the problem is all we're going to hear on the audio is what we know. Meaning like we have the transcripts of the audio to some degree, and so the audio is going to just probably have the same thing, which is Radachek saying he wants $200,000 in negotiable American currency, whatever that means. He says the Canadian accent is so suspicious. I actually went and did some research. I should make a video about that. I went and did some research, and I found like some audio clips of interviews from like the Vancouver, Canada television station from like the late 60s. And a few of them had noticeable accents, but a lot of them didn't. They just had kind of flat accents. So, and remember, Cooper is speaking really low and he's not saying a lot. So, besides the hair slide, what's the best chance for new evidence? I mean, somebody's got to find money, I guess. Somebody did give me a chill though recently. They said, the fact that you've got the exact replica made by Earl Cossey of Cooper's parachute is dangerous. Because what if Dan Greider had seen that? Then yeah, he could have. I almost said a dirty word that would have got me sued by Dan Greider. I almost said a P word that would have gotten me sued. I won't say that. But yeah, it's a good thing Dan didn't know what Cooper's parachute actually looked like. I'll just say that. I love your videos. You got me into DB Cooper. Well, thank you, XR Money. Did you just come across me on YouTube or something? Looking up Alice Hancock, you only see pictures of Flo and Tina. What photos did you reference for your videos for Alice? the only photo we have. Well, stay tuned, but the only photo we have of Alice, which is, well, I mean, I've got a photo of her from when she was a young person. I don't know if I have that. We have the photo of her from the press conference that's really blurry. It's not very good. But yeah, let me try to find where we've got these things for Alice and them. Let's see. Alice's restaurant. All right. So the real Alice, we just have this weird photo of her from like the side. I mean, I've got her high school graduation photo. It's on the Facebook group, you know. But we just have this photo here. It's like really blurry and you can't see anything. The only thing you can tell though from that is that she does have those really cool sweetheart. They're called I think they're called what do they call them? Sweetheart curls or whatever. From like, it's kind of cool. But the AI Alice, I did give her the curls. Look, so did give AI Alice those the curl. See, she does have the curl. There's the AI version of Alice, and I finally got Tina looking right. Tina has not looked right. Here's the thing with Tina. Very interesting about Tina. There are no known photographs that I know of Tina Mucklow looking directly at a camera, except for her passport photo. Okay. Which isn't very clear. And we've got photos of Tina. Most all photos of Tina are from the side. They're from the side or at an angle. And that's hard for AI to, deal with, to make an accurate looking person that way. But I finally got a good Tina, I think. There she is. Yeah, I finally got a good Tina Mucklow. I'm really happy with her. See, I finally got Tina. Looking right. And I got Tina in Reno. Right, Tina is walking around with her hair down when she lands in Reno, wearing that cool Northwest coat. But I finally got Tina right, looking like exactly like I need her to look. Because if you've noticed in my Cooper AIs, there's lots of different versions of Tina, and that's because I had difficulty creating her because there weren't any photos. Just remarkably, there's just no photos of her looking straight ahead at the camera. So. All right. Outside the Cooper universe, who's the most famous suspect? What do you mean? You mean like explain that? Yes, Raider. They are releasing every month. They release about 400, 500 pages. Your videos have gotten me into the case. I only started watching a few months ago. I always knew about the case, but didn't know much detail. It's fascinating. Thank you, Atke. Did Alice offer to stay with Cooper since she was the lead? Yes, she did. And I animated that. And I'll show that to you now. Apparently, Pat Bowen and Alice are buddies. And Alice did not like her portrayal of this because her skirt's too short, she said. But sorry.
Hey, Tina, a passenger wants some cards. Can you get up and find some?
Forget the cards. Go back to your station, miss.
Yes, sir.
Apparently, she thought her skirt was too short. So I did lower Alice's skirt. I told the AI to make her skirt shorter or longer. Sorry. Ryan, do you think the flight path was over Ariel or more towards Victor 23? That's from my movie, Jim. I made that myself. Seriously. AI. Ryan, do you think okay, the flight path, Matt, when we're done here, watch my video on the flight path. I came out 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It's called This Is Where Cooper Jumped. The flight path is basically right over V23. I mean, they were really close to it. What do you think Cooper spent his money on? I don't know, boats, house? Do I think Cooper intended to jump during the day? No, hell no. 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 There is zero advantage to jumping during the day. No. Nah. Too many people are seeing you for sure. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Other than being a suspect who's famous for other things in life. Okay. I see what you're saying. E. Howard Hunt is a suspect of one person at least. And he was famous. He was, one of Nixon's fixers. Who else would be? I think somebody thought that maybe Gordon Cooper, the astronaut, was Cooper. Somebody wrote in the files that maybe Gordon Cooper was Cooper. Stupid. I don't think any of them are. Skip Hall. Okay, yeah, it's Skip. Yeah. I'm looking through the names. Yeah, it's Skip for sure. Because Skip has the JFK connections. In fact, I don't think Skip was Cooper, but he damn well might have been the second gunman on the grassy knoll. Like that's no BS. That's like there is a lot of smoke that he was. So yeah, Skip, it's Skip for sure. Braden should be known. Like Braden should be the subject of a Tarantino movie or something. Like, I don't know. I mean, Braden's story is just nuts. This guy was Braden, before he turns 17, has 2 Purple Hearts and 3 Bronze Stars in the 101st Airborne in like Bastogne and Market Garden and all this. I mean, like Braden is Braden was a tough cookie. Can we get a video on JFK and Skip? I mean, there are. I mean, I'm sure if you YouTube Skip Hall JFK, it'll come up. No, Skip was a tough fella. Is there a book written on Ted Braden? Yes, there is. You should go order it on Amazon, dear mommy. It's called Paratrooper of Fortune by my friend Drew Beeson. I mean, Braden is like Rambo. Yeah, there is a Skip Hall book. Yep. Soon to be 2 Skip Hall books. Packer is releasing the other one at some point. I don't think we've ever heard the real DB Cooper's name. I don't think any of the suspects are him. Yeah. I do really like the new suspect who I talked about at CooperCon. I said, I'm not pushing that guy as Cooper, and I never will. But for those of you who in the comments were there, I mean, you will agree, right? That guy is, we'll call him Bud. We'll call him Bud. Bud. Is about as good as you can get. Like I feel like if you could invent a DB Cooper who looks like Cooper, who acts like Cooper, who has knowledge like Cooper, who was a crook like Cooper, it's that dude for sure. I don't know if he's Cooper, but He's about as good as you can get. And I hate that you guys aren't able to see his stuff yet. You know, I mean, I can give a little. I can't give too much out on the guy because just I don't. The family have seen the way that some other families are being treated by some people, and it bugs them and it scares them, and that pisses me off because I'm like, look, nobody's going to mess with you about this. And the thing is, this guy's daughter doesn't want him to be Cooper, but she's like afraid that he is. She's like, I think my dad was Cooper, and he's about as good as you can get. I'm trying to find one of the things about him that was really good about this guy. Let me try to find that for you people. Where is it? Wait a second. Sorry, I'll find it. Yeah, but he is the king box checker, I'll say, and I'll show you at least some of the things about him that are pretty good without giving him away. Little teaser for people who are hanging in there, because some of you folks are still there after all this time listening to me babble. So I'll give you an Easter egg. Probably not. I mean, anyways. That'd be funny if no, Bud is long dead. No, the suspect was not in the FBI files. I don't think so. Easy there, Jay, be careful. Don't say too much. Yeah, so I like his lower lip and nose. See there? Look at that. You see those lines coming down from his mouth? I like that a lot. He does have this strange lip in all of his pictures. Okay, you've got the lip there that matches what we think the lip looks like. He does have a little pointy nose. And one thing I really liked about him is his hair. So Bill Mitchell, is it under? Yeah, let me get this. Let me fix this for you guys. So Bill told the FBI when he got off the plane, he told the FBI that Cooper's hair was dark or black with a wave in the front over his forehead. All right. So he says Cooper has a wave, has a wave in his hair up over his forehead. And this new suspect, so I'm like, this guy's like a box checker, like mad. I mean, look at his hair. I mean, yeah, this guy, every photo has this kind of wavy marcelled look that pops up over his forehead. So yeah, good stuff there. And you can kind of tell his complexion there a little bit too. He was part Native American, so from Oklahoma. All right, I can't say much about Bud. Sorry. Mary says, "Why isn't that in Bill's?" But it's weird, isn't it? So Mary, that's in. That is in. Oh, we're back. We're back. Y'all still there? Something happened there. Yeah, let me know if we're back. Okay. Did I lose everybody? I'm kind of worried. Something just happened. Okay. Somebody messaged me, for God's sake. Okay, there we go. It looks kind of good looking. Oh no. You would be wrong, Michael. You would be wrong. Bud is not a handsome man. No way. Bud is not handsome. Okay. Mary John's, I forget what vault it's in, but there's one where they have like expanded 302s from the day of the hijacking. It's like vault. I don't know. I forget what it is, but it's one. I'll message you. It was weird. We have Bill saying this forehead popped up in there. That's new. We've got Alice giving a height estimate of 6'1" to 6'3". Okay. Now, Alice didn't see Cooper stand, but Alice did interact with the guy multiple times. You don't think Bud's good looking, Mary Johns. I know you've seen Bud. You can't believe that. You don't believe that. Did Tina say he was handsome? No. Cooper was not. I mean, they called him homely. We have Spreckle. Spreckle is eliminating males. Spreckle is a man. He's using attractiveness as a metric to eliminate suspects he sees. He's like, that suspect's too good looking. So even the male passengers are saying, Cooper must have been weird looking. Handsome shaming. Yeah. And like I said, it's, is your mystery subject in the suspect list on your website now? Bud's a guy. You are serious on Bud's list. No, Mary. I don't know about that. Has the suspect ever been too ugly? No, I've never seen them eliminate suspects for being too ugly. They do eliminate many suspects for being too good looking. But never seen them say that guy's too ugly to be Cooper. Alice was very short. I think Bill or Tina would be more accurate. Bill would not be a good, I don't think Bill will be a good, Bill's not a good estimate for Cooper's height, I don't think, because Bill never saw him standing. And remember, anybody who saw Cooper sit, Cooper's slouching. I mean, Cooper was slumping in his seat. That's another thing AI screws up. You tell it to do slump. You tell it to slump in your seat, and you end up with Cooper and Tina on the wrong side of each other doing this. Like, no. No, bad AI, bad AI. No. Bad AI. So yeah, the number of generations I have to make to get a good video for you guys to do on AI, it's Mary and Bud sitting in a tree. That's right, Mary and Bud sitting in a tree. Yes, Mary's says right. Mary's right. Let's face it. Cooper's face charmed neither the ladies nor the gents. Ryan was your suspect, Native American. He's not my suspect. He is a good suspect. But he was Native American from the Midwest. I probably already said the state. I probably shouldn't have. But yeah. I can't say, how did you find about Bud and all the info? I researched it. This woman messaged me, 70. She said, look, I don't want my dad to be DB Cooper, but I think he might have been. And I'm like, okay. I like that approach. I don't like, my uncle was Cooper and here's why. I like, please tell me. Like, basically, I was approached by this woman saying, I have a hunch and I would like for you to disprove it. And I could not. And I can generally kill suspects really quick. Flyjack's good at that too. Except his own suspect. There's a joke for you, Flyjack. But the two researchers I really respect a lot, who are very non-biased, Andrade and Mark Meltzer. I sent them all the information on this guy, all the photos. I said, please poke a hole in this guy because I can't do it. And they couldn't do it either. He's really good. I do need to not my suspect because I'm like, I don't want to do that again. I don't want to do that again. I'm trying to be objective as I can be, and I really value that. I like being objective. And like I said, this guy's a great suspect, but the chances he's Cooper are probably 1,000 to 1, you know? Because, I mean, Cooper could have been anybody. Again, you would never, ever, you could spend 1,000 trillion, gazillion, gabillion, Coopery, gazillion years researching the Robert Wilson mystery if Matt got away. And you would never come across Martin McNally, unemployed gas station worker from Michigan. You just wouldn't do it. So, you know, Hall is part Native American. Yes, Hall is Native American for sure. We need the new suspect. Just withhold. I can't. Hi, Martin Casman. How you doing? Yeah, he was 40. Bud was 50 at the time. He just turned 50, which is pretty much right on the nose. I feel like that. I mean, the FBI felt that Cooper was 48. That's just their hunch was. I don't know why they picked that number, but 48. Let's see. Ryan needs a hashtag. Not my suspect. I know. Yeah. Bad AI. I wonder if I have any more bad AI examples. I usually delete them. I should not delete them. I've got, them. For some reason, I've got Tina smoking cigarettes. Like, there's the giant matches. Yes. Like, I mean, now Tina did smoke a cigarette with Cooper, and I was trying to animate that, but they put them on the wrong side. And I also doubt that Cooper, and why does Cooper have a wedding ring in that AI? And their sides are reversed, and I doubt Cooper lit her cigarette. I'm certain. I feel like she lit her own cigarette. All right. Nobody would guess to be McNally looks like the sketch a little bit. Do I have a DNA sample from the daughter? She would give it. Yeah. Can I say if Bud smoked? Yes. In fact, I would say it is rare to find a picture of him without a cigarette. And I will also say that he has the best neck reason. That is, there are photographs of the man's neck I have sent to Bill Mitchell, and Bill will say, well, I can't really remember. Bill's very non-committal, and I get it. He doesn't remember. But Bill did not deny that neck could have been it. Because, Bill always struggles. Bill doesn't Bill always does this. He goes, just something weird about the guy's neck. And it wasn't a straight up turkey neck in a way that we would think maybe perhaps. And this guy's got a really good reason to have something on the left side of his neck in particular, right there. That's definitely has sagging skin. Is he wearing a black suit? Doesn't look brown in the AI video. His name's Bud. Of course he smoked. He's got a brown suit. Did he not have a brown suit in that clip? Maybe he didn't because the AI screws it up. I mean, he's generally got a brown suit. My Cooper, generally I love that animation. Isn't that great? I just love the fact that, I remember when I was making that animation, I thought it was great I was like, wow, we get to see Cooper smiling. Bud definitely checks the jumper box. That's for sure. Did he buy his ties at Goodwill? He would have had to, because that's the only downside of his. There's no tie particle connection, but oh well. Non-DB Cooper question. My favorite movies. Well, back there, I have a poster for The Thin Red Line. That's my favorite movie of all time. A lot of folks found it boring, but that's because two reasons. It came out the same year as Saving Private Ryan. Very different movie than Saving Private Ryan. Number two, it takes like multiple watchings to get it. Terrence Malick is the director. He directed Days of Heaven and some I think he's only directed like 5 movies. But yeah, big fan of, do I have an AI of Cooper looking bored at the airport? Yeah, I do actually. Let's see. Is this the one with the oversized matches? That's funny. Yeah, there it is. The oversized matches. Like, what in the flip? I think I've got one of Cooper being bored. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I can show you guys. Would that be? Yeah, I need to do better about I need better about that. About organizing my my clips there. So no, I don't think I have oh, for those who haven't seen it, I'll have to upload this. That was on my Facebook. So I decided to remember Kid Rock mentions DB Cooper in his song. So
All you bastards at the IRS, and for DB Cooper and the money he took, you can look for answers, but
funny. That's what I do when I'm bored. Do I think Cooper's alive? Hell no. Long dead. Heavy smoker. 50 years oldish. 50 years ago? No way. Good night, cheer mommy. Yeah, I know. And that AI was not timed to nod his head, but he did. And I said, I got to put that to the beat because he's nodding his head to everything. I'll show you Bill. I've got Bill Mitchell. Where did Bill go? No, I don't have Bill. This one's not bad. This is George Labissiniere, one of our witnesses. There's a Lab. We call him Lab because he's hard to spell his name. But Lab, I feel like Lab was drunk. If you read Lab's testimony, it reads like a drunk man's testimony. He says Cooper had a sporty blazer under his coat. Like, what? Strange. But there's Labissiniere was a lawyer in Seattle who had to pee a bunch of times. So he says he passed Cooper a lot on the way to the bathroom. But if you look at him, he looks drunk in the picture, in the video of the passengers coming off the plane. How long did it take to correct the Wikipedia page on Cooper? A long time. Like that was and I remember like the Wikipedia admins, they were like, I've shown you that the AI says, the AI of Bill. I've sent Bill some of these AIs that are really funny because, like I said, the AI always screws up. It always, it tweaks. I mean, I can tweak it, right? When I generate it on my computer, which it eats up my RAM like crazy. But whenever I generate things with Bill, I always send it to Bill because he thinks it's really funny. And let me see if do I have Bill's? Y'all bear with me. Y'all are here for this long, so you may as well. Let me try to find my my funny Bill ones. It just wasn't behaving right. This shouldn't take me long, people. But yeah, that's the good thing about having Bill. You can send him a text message. Bill's in Prague, by the way, or he's over there somewhere because he's on he is doing one of those riverboat tours, probably with the money that Darren Ravel paid him for his ticket. Not exaggerating that. It's probably true. I can't imagine. I mean, I told Bill called me. I was like, should I sell the ticket? I said, hell no. Do not sell that ticket. Are you crazy? Give it to me. But no, Bill sold that ticket. I said, man, if you sell that ticket, you better, part with it. And you better not part with it easily. Oh, here we go. Is this where Bill is? This has got to be where Bill is. Damn it. It was a really, really funny one. Oh, here we go. Here they are. This is the one. Yeah, this is great. Basically, I'm trying to tell the AI, I'm saying, look, when I'm making this, I say, look, I need you to have this passenger being like looking over a little bit, like curious, just because Bill would look over kind of curiously. And got a little buck wild with Bill. It's loading up here. Got a little buck wild, but Bill thinks it's really funny. So like, it wasn't like it gets worse. So like, Bill was not doing that for sure. It wasn't like straight up eavesdropping like that. Gosh, my AI has gotten so much better in like a month. But this is going too. What is that? It's like, no, don't have him like right up on her looking at her. So that's really funny. I saw Kid Rock with Metallica and Korn. Hell yeah. I love that. It's all you bastards at the IRS. But yeah, I'm sure I just love this. This is too funny. Like, what is that? I could never get that to act right. Anyways. Jay says, that's how I interact. I know it is, Jay. I've met you. That's how I interact with people. I'm trying to get to 4 hours. Marathon, see. Brian Ingram said the money was stacked on top of each other. It was, yeah. I don't know who asked that question about that. How long was Cooper at the airport before getting on the plane? Cooper buys his ticket around 2. And they take off at 3. I think they were supposed to leave at 2:45. I think maybe the actual flight to Seattle left at 2:45. Was supposed to, but they left a little late for whatever reason. Where's the money today? Probably destroyed, pulled from circulation for being old. That said, well, we do have computer programmers who have created algorithms to search the internet. All 10,000 serial numbers are uploaded on a computer algorithm that is at all times scouring the internet, because people will sell. If you go on eBay right now and you type in 1969 $20 bill, you're going to see a lot of them on there. Lots. And they always list the serial number too, whenever the people are selling things. So there are programs looking for any of the serial numbers. Never popped up. Star notes especially. Cooper's got something like 300 star notes. Star notes are where like the Treasury makes an error on a serial number and they put a star note there. It's like a star thing. People collect those. And Cooper had like 300 of those. So you would think that one of those might have been kept as a collector's item and not just put out through regular currency. Hypothetical legal advice. What if the real Dan Cooper's family found the money after he died? What should they do? So the FBI have indemnified anybody with the Cooper money from being charged with, it's been 4 hours, man. My brain's fried. Possession of stolen property. That's it. So we do have a 302. Bud was 6 foot tall, exactly. Maybe 6'1". Anyway, yeah. So the FBI did say in maybe the mid 70s, they did say that anybody who has Cooper money won't be charged with receiving stolen property. So, if they if I guess if a family member had the Cooper money, well, the thing is this. Look, so that the only people who lost money was Royal Globe. Okay, and Royal Globe, the insurance company, or they're defunct. They're out of business. They went out of business in like the early 90s, I think, or they merged with somebody else. I'm not sure. They're bought out. Okay, so the only people who would have a claim for that money would be Royal Globe, and they don't exist anymore. So, do you think that the people at the bank or the guy who had the money at the bank was in on this? No. He wishes he was. Bill Grinnell, he died 2 months ago. The guy who carried the money to the bank, or from the bank to the airport, died a few months ago. Really, really nice guy. Bill Grinnell was awesome. I think Cooper just got paid that day. That's why he only had $20 bills. I don't think he had a job. my opinion. I'm sorry, sir. We only accept Cooper money. What other movies do I like, though? I like Thin Red Line. Glory is a good movie. Glory, right? Denzel Washington, Morgan Freeman. Lord of the Rings movies, of course. Tombstone, yeah. I can quote Tombstone like probably almost verbatim. Quincy, you watched Quincy. There was a D.B. Cooper episode. It was murder, Sam. It's murder. Quincy. I saw Quincy. My grandpa watched Quincy on a TV that was furniture. Kids these days, my God, isn't it weird that TVs are the only things that are inflation proof? Like, how are they going cheaper? Right? I mean, like, the one thing that's getting cheaper are TVs. But God, you remember the TVs that were like, they're pieces of furniture, right? God, I mean, they weighed, you couldn't, I mean, 1,000 pounds. I mean, good Lord. I remember my family got our first flat screen TV. My God, it was huge. It was ridiculous. Television. The opening of Quincy was based. Yeah, it was. You like the Civil War stuff? Well, I'm a Southerner. I mean, that's the thing about Southerners, right? Is it happened here? I mean, I grew up on around Civil War battlefields. My mother, we owned land. We owned land on the Battle of Champion Hill, which is Winston Churchill called it the most important battle of the Civil War. It was during the Vicksburg campaign with Grant. But yeah, so like, I mean, you find jars and jars of musket balls and things, right? Because I mean, think about that. On a battlefield, like just say Champion Hill, like nobody knows what Champion Hill is. Who's on History Nerd? But it was one of the bigger battles. But let's just say you got, I don't know, Champion Hill. You probably had 120,000 total infantry. I mean, that's way too high. Maybe like 6,000 total. But I mean, think about that. If I think I have one of my freaking in my drawer here. I think I've got stuff. Thought I did. Yeah. Usually I keep musket balls and things in there that we have. Anyway, not Dolly Parton fan, not really. I don't like country music. But I mean, I like her as a person. She's interesting. Ever been to Gettysburg? Hell yeah. Gettysburg is really cool. I love it. When will there be an episode about Sheridan Peterson? I mean, some point, but I mean, speaking of Sheridan, I got his, I have his modern photograph of what he would look like. Let me find that. Where is Petey? Petey, where is you, Petey? There he is. Oops. Now get in the pit and try to love someone. Where'd it go? Okay. I'm sorry, people. Again, I should get a better, I should figure out, I need to spend some time getting a better camera. It's not, well, I don't know if y'all, I don't know if you guys want to see me in HD. Mrs. Sleuth doesn't agree though. But okay, here's some stuff you guys might like. These modern, like I said, I did these illustrations here. Where I just want to see the famous suspect photos, what these people would look like. What these people would look like if their photographs were modernized, right? Like, there's Petey. You see, Petey had bright blue eyes. I mean, like, and wasn't particularly swarthy, right? Petey is not, you know. Ryan, my third great grandfather died in Andersonville, Georgia. Well, so yeah, about right. A lot of folks did. A lot of folks did. It's sad. I mean, it's terrible. I think 30,000. No, not 30. Maybe 13,000 died there, I think. There's L.D. Cooper in his famous photo of him when he's holding the guitar straps. Okay. There's Skip, looking like Errol Flynn with his mustache. Who else do we have? Yeah, we got Skip there. There's a Verdal looking like a creep. Verdal just got finished writing an essay on eugenics, probably. Oh, and there's my buddy. There's McDoofus. McCoy. My friend Dick McCoy. And his ears. Poor fellow. Let's see, who else? Anybody else? Yeah. There's Barb as a man. Back when Barb was a fellow. Barb's hair was, like I said, I guess Barb could have dyed her hair, I suppose. Yeah, there's Barb. Speaking of which, Pat Foreman died recently. For those who don't know, Pat, she was the close friend of Barb Dayton. She co-wrote the book with her husband, but Pat died recently. It's really sad. There's Wolfie. We all like Wolfgang, right? I don't know, it's kind of cool seeing these people in like living color, isn't it? I mean, it's kind of neat. Bloody hell. Those photos are too big. Who else do we have that is okay, well, that's all I got. Anyways, wow. How do I still have 200 people? I've been going on for this big. I've been going on as long as the hijacking. I've got Rackstraw, that's for sure. Let's see. Yeah, I got Rackstraw here looking like a month before the hijacking. Like, I mean, how in the hell, right? How in the hell could Rackstraw have been Cooper when he just looks so young, right? In that photograph a month before the hijack, and it's like, give me a friggin' break. Rackstraw, though. Rackstraw's the guy who you almost, I don't know if I say I feel bad for him, but like he was harassed. I mean, to be blunt, he brought it on himself a little bit, right? But he was harassed by Colbert and those people. I mean, he's just an old timer trying to go about his business, and here they are messing with him. It's not very Not very nice. But yeah, for those of you who have not seen a photo of Robert Rackstraw in that time period, buckle up. Because if anybody thinks that DB Cooper looked like this a month before the hijacking, then well, I guess people think Rekka was Cooper. So, right? Let's see that. Oh, that. Here we go. All right. Here's Rackstraw. Yeah, look at that dude. Look at that guy. That picture was taken a month before the hijacking. Like that's hardly Cooper. Not even, I mean, his hair is parted on the wrong side for one thing. And he was 27 or something. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You love how I say Rackstraw. Well, how else do you say Rackstraw? How are you supposed to say it? Rackstraw. I don't know how you say Rackstraw. There's Melvin Wilson, who was recently on the run from the FBI for counterfeiting $200,000 2 months before the hijacking. Not a little bit on the nose there, but Melvin left his family, and I actually found Melvin Wilson alive. Well, he's dead now, but I found him living under an alias in the 2000s. Alias was Ken Mazur in Florida, and I let his daughter know, and she was like shocked. But yeah, he survived. And there's Braden. Now, I'm sorry to the Braden folks, but I do not see a pouty lower lip at all. And that nose is a little big. I love me some Ted Braden, and I love me some Drew Beeson. I love everybody involved in the Braden stuff. You know, Tim Wallace and Max and everybody. But and D-Raj, love all the guys in the Braden camp. But that nose is just not right. At all. And here's Kenny. Kenny. Your family's paw, Kenny. There's Kenny. Also has no lips to speak of. Like, I suffer from no ass at all. I have no ass at all. Kenny has no lips at all. Chronic condition of no lips at all. Kenny. What's your question, Martin? What did I miss? Let me know, buddy. What questions do you have? And no, I'm not planning on going as long as the hijacking takes, but I'm getting there. Who else have we not seen? Oh, yeah. Lakich. Some folks like Lakich. I can't, I'm not down with Lakich. I don't like the motive at all. I don't know why a guy who lost his daughter in a hijacking a month earlier would go harass other young women. It doesn't sit right with me, his motive. And I don't think he's a good match for Cooper. His face is way too broad. I mean, they would have eliminated him for sure because his face, it's just too wide to be Cooper, right? And Lakich, I don't think Lakich would be, I don't know. I am heterosexual, but like, I mean, Lakich looks like a tough guy. Looks like Michael Madsen or somebody. He doesn't look ugly. I don't think a woman would call that guy homely. I don't know. Mary Johns thinks Bud's good looking. I don't know. But I mean, I don't. Do I have an E. Howard Hunt? I think I did. Somewhere. I thought so. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like Lakich. I would never talk to Tina about a suspect. Period. It just wouldn't happen. You're saying, I don't know though, but I think it'd be a big hit my videos that go viral or not. I don't know. Wait, where Martin? Okay. Sheridan Peterson had black eyes from stimulants and pale skin from sun in Thailand. What was your question though, Martin? I think you said you had a question. Do I think Bud's daughter reached out to me because I'm non-biased? I mean, I don't know. How many years have you put in? I mean, seriously researching Cooper, probably 5, maybe post-COVID. But I was posting on the Drop Zone forums and things back in 2015. So I've been kind of doing this for a while. I've been around the vortex for about 10 years, I guess. But my business kind of runs itself now. So I have a lot of time to mess around with things, right? Am I intrigued with anybody in the latest Vault release? Nah. Not really. What do you think about it? I don't understand what you're saying. What do I think about him having black eyes from stimulants? I mean, he's not Cooper. I mean, can he grow hair that he doesn't? Right? I mean, where's Kenny's hair? I mean, not Kenny, I'm sorry. Sheridan, right? I mean, literally this photo, like the photo that I showed, is a updated. It is his passport. It's his passport photo from 1970. So I mean, this is before the hijacking, I think. And he's got, look at his hair, didn't have any hair. Right? So it's not there. Sheridan, though, does have some things that are good, though. Obviously, Gregory liked Sheridan's mouth, I guess, his lips. Gregory rightly points out that it doesn't have enough hair to be Cooper. But he does, and this is the photograph, by the way, that they were commenting on. I guess I always try to do this for you people. Whenever I show somebody commenting on a photograph or, commenting on a suspect, I try my best to get the photograph they were looking at. And yeah, I mean, this is in the files. I FOIA'd for it and I got a copy of it. That's the picture they were talking about, Wait a second. Did I thought I had one for Catalano, but I guess not. Anyways, did any witnesses say Cooper looked like a movie star? No. Interestingly enough, there is only one comparison to a person in the FBI files, and that is Gregory says Cooper had hair like Robert Gregory. I mean, Gregory said Cooper had hair like President Nixon. So I like in a Heineman's 302s, they say that Heineman looks like Vince Lombardi. One of the dudes, I don't know who he was, maybe one of the crewmen or something, or maybe it was, actually, I think it was like a FBI sniper who was looking at him through a scope. I think that's right. Flyjack will kill me if I say otherwise, if I say that wrong. But I think it was a sniper. But yeah, Heineman said that they say it looked like Vince Lombardi, which, I mean, kind of see it, right? Oops, didn't mean to do that. My bad. I can see it. Got little, those who know Vince Lombardi, I mean, you can kind of see it. His sketch is really good. I mean, again, if you look at Heineman's sketch, I don't know how I don't see how he's Cooper. I mean, he looks like his own sketch, but that's my issue with Fly. I mean, all respect to you, Fly. I don't know how you get Heineman from Comp A. I don't know how you even conceive of Comp A if you're thinking of Hahnemann, right? I just don't get it. But he does look very similar to his own sketch. The nose is different. Surely the nose is a lot smaller. So maybe there's that. But the nose is a lot smaller in his own sketch. But that's Roy Rose, too. That's the same sketch artist who drew the Cooper sketches. So, yeah, I don't know how you get from Bing to Hahnemann. I just don't. Like I said, all respect to you, Flyjack. I don't see it. I mean, I'm not being ugly. I don't know how you get there. Yes, he does it like Henry Kissinger. That's a good one too. He does. And yeah, most movie stars would be too good looking. It's not Sheridan Peterson. Sheridan Peterson was not a bastard like that. Sheridan Peterson, the only arrest that Sheridan Peterson had in his life was he was in Mississippi doing a sit-in during the civil rights movement. He was arrested as part of a sit-in movement during civil rights. I mean, in the 60s, I don't think that guy is hijacking a plane. And I don't. I do have his book, though. It's signed by him on my shelf, which is cool. Let's see. All right. Well, look. Yes, we are still live, and we are going off live because I am losing my voice. So I am done, folks. I am done for the night. I am cooked. I am cooked. And so I'll leave you one more time with I don't know what I was going to say. Anyways. All right. Well, anyway, whatever. All right. Please like this. Hit the like button. All of you who are watching this, please, for God's sake. And we're good. So, all right, folks. Bye-bye. Adios, amigos. Sayonara, suckers.